Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted and very pleased to give this welcome address of our third edition of Garden City Career Summit, an opportunity this avenue gives to young professionals, youth, and students across different disciplines on the journey of their professional career development and advancement. The need to empower themselves by being trainable and teachable with the right mindset to learn and explore strategies to excel in future career endeavor. As our seasoned professionals and resource persons are available to share their ideas, give insights, tell their excellent success
That's my
stories and challenges that will inspire and reshape the thoughts through this summit. Thanks to our amazing team and worthy volunteer champion for setting the pace in changing the narrative, a platform engineered to engage, interact, and share innovative approach in career quest and self-development. Gas and the team. The team for the morning section is bridging the academic and industrial gap, leveraging on the power of collaboration for easy navigation across disciplines. So we'll be having different insights from different professionals today, telling us how this gap can be filled and how from their insights, how we can improve on this currently ravaging both the industry and the academic space. The gap is quite visible in institutions across the country. Today, it's equal to the performance index ratio of most graduates after their first degree course. Hence, there is need to have a conversation and project a communique to relevant ministries of concern. It's imperative for both the academia and industry professionals to collaborate and shape our institution learning curriculum across our educational system in the country, as the obvious lies in bringing the field realities in the industry across discipline to the forward of our institution, whether on part-time or full-time basis. Industry can build research center units and equip it with tools that meet the operational standard in institutions located in the state or province, which will inspire a lot of young professionals, youth, and students to seek clear career personal plans, set goals, and believe in their career trajectory and prospects, as seen in developed countries where the industry brings their challenges to institutions, which improve our research and development quest. This summit will help equip young professionals, youth, and students, both employed and unemployed, with the essential knowledge, tools, and strategies needed to understand the dynamics of collaboration between the academic and industry professional. The theme for the afternoon section is leveraging on collaboration, which is targeted on entertainers in Port Harcourt. The clarion call for collaboration as value is being projected. Rivers State is blessed with talent and potential in the entertainment industry, and leveraging in supporting our brand collectively, we add more value to our personality globally. GAS 2024 programs. Starting from our short courses online, which started from 26 to 28 August, the opening ceremony in the morning of 29th August, speech by our keynote speakers, special guests of honor, who will get insight from our distinguished panelists on the theme, both in the morning and afternoon section, respectively, anchored on their journey, expertise, challenges, and success story associated in the event team for both panel session 1 and 2, respectively. Then we now move forward to the group dynamics for participants to engage more with panelist interaction with human resource personnel on job placement and tips. The afternoon section team further infused collaboration, branding, and projection among entertainers in Rivers State. The need to deepen understanding on profile and building influence, feedback engagement from sponsors, vendors, and clients, and learning strategies in building models. The core values of CAF is bridging skills efficiency, both technical and vocational, career, self-improvement, and empowering lives. I will once again thank everybody that made it to this event. This is the morning section. And I want to tell us again that this platform has really made a statement in the past 2 years. We've been able to give this our third edition. We've been able to give IT placement for about 10 students in the past 2 years across the organization in different disciplines. And we've been able to give 2 internships for graduates. So when we came into existence, we thought it was not going to be achievable, but we told ourselves that with a strong mindset and teamwork, nothing is impossible. And seated here today are industrial experts with decades of experience that has leveraged on so much expertise. And today they are here to tell us their stories and help us to be a better version of ourselves. So I'll plead with the audience here today. Learning never stops. We learn new things daily. You can't be the same once you learn a new thing daily. So can give you that platform to reach industrial deficiency or bridge skill set and more of empowering lives. So feel relaxed. Feel so free to interact with our panelists after the morning section. And we have about 2 HRS that we talked about job tips, career placement, and all that. Thank you and enjoy the event. And please, as you are here, hashtag Ghana Career Summit ongoing at the venue. Thank you so much and have a great event.
Please put your hands together for him once again. The amazing convener of Garden City Career Summit. And like you heard the testimonials, through this platform, a lot of people have been given jobs, a lot of people have been given internship placements, and that is something commendable, especially in this part of the world where it's almost impossible, to see someone looking out for the interest of young people. The man, engineer, Ronaldi also has taken it as a priority to make sure that young people are developed and skilled in his time. Please put your hands together for him once again. With that being said, I would want us to make welcome this very wonderful set of people. As I mentioned their names, some of them are here, so they'll be joining us virtually, but as I mentioned their names, please, I would need you to put your hands together with a loud ovation for them as we celebrate their presence. In no particular order, I would like to make welcome the keynote speaker, Dr. Martin Okoro. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much for joining us today. Also, I'd like to make welcome the special guest of honor in the person of Honorable Engineer Baswene Benebo. Please put your hands together for him. Also, we would like to make welcome Dr. Ovunda Ihunwo. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Also, Diana Basi, a character. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you so much for joining. And stop. While you enjoy the rest of the show or the event today. Without wasting much time, let's make welcome our keynote speaker for today. Please join me with a clap ovation as I welcome Dr. Martin Okoro. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Keep clapping to your arms.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your day. You are welcome to this year Career Summit 2024. And I want to personally congratulate our brother, my friend, my professional colleague, Engineer Anthony Osu. Can you jam your hands together for me? It's a gentleman that has chosen a vision that is driving with all his energy to ensure that he actualizes what he needs to actualize. Without wasting time, I'll go to the keynote address. Keynote address delivered by the CEO and Managing Director of West Services Training Academy at Garden City Center Summit 2024, with the team bridging the academic and industrial gaps, leveraging on the power of collaboration for easy navigation across disciplines. The Honorable Minister of Housing present, the academia, industry experts, students, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to be here this morning to deliver the keynote address on one of the bodies I've been carrying for years, the vision of West Services Training Academy, bridging the gap in the oil and gas industry. That is actually our vision. If you look at our stand here, you see that that is our vision. And I want to first of all thank the convener of this career summit, Engineer Wonode Wonsu, for his vision and passion, and also choosing this team after our discussion last year on the challenges our graduates face when they leave the higher institution and finding their way into the industry. Collaboration is the solution, but we must look at the peculiarity of the industry and the academia. One of the challenges is that the academia focuses on knowledge, theoretical research, and long-term exploration. Academia primary goal is to contribute to a body of knowledge with emphasis on publishing papers and advancing fundamental understanding, while the industry prioritizes practical applications, product development, and short-term results. The focus of the industry is on profitability, market relevance, and delivering solutions that can be commercialized. The research in academia can span years with a focus in long-term impact and fundamental research. This is an odds with the faster pace of the industry, as results are often needed quickly to stay competitive and ahead. So you can see, this is where we have the issue. The academia have their own goal, the industry have their own goal. So our ability to bridge these two gaps will make us to harness what we can get from both sides of the coin. Collaboration between the industry and academia can help develop a communication that will be beneficial to fresh graduates in the industry as soon as they start working. It takes an average of 2 to 3 years to integrate young graduates within their field of practice in the industry. If we are able to design a curriculum where those with industry experience can come to the institution to give them what they need to be useful from the first day they find themselves in the industry, it will be great. That's one of the things we should do as we discuss today. The industry and the academia can collaborate through any of the following ways I want to mention. Number one, industry-driven curriculum development. Industry-driven curriculum development, where the industry will tell the academia what we need on our own side and systematically can be factored into their curriculum. Internship and industrial training, that is ongoing already, but we need to make it workable. Because what we find out is that the students coming for IT and industrial attachment, they look at it as a routine, so they are not focused. Before you know, the time is gone and they cannot do anything. But thanks to NCDMB, Shell, and Petan internship, that usually pick up the challenge last year and decided to design a program where the industries will train our young graduates for 2 years, and they also compensate them with about 150,000 naira every month. And after training them for that period of 2 years, you are at liberty to either employ them or they will go and get jobs somewhere. And I want to tell you that I'm part of the committee from the Benton side that oversee that program. And I want to tell you, just 2 weeks ago, we went around about 15 companies where about 100 people are doing this program. I was so happy that before the end of the program, which is coming up next month, about 80% of them have already received their employment letter. Praise the Lord. So that tells you that it's doable, it's workable, and we can do it. Okay? So joint research and development projects. We should look at the industry telling the academia the areas where they need development. There are some areas, like today, I can stand here and tell you 5 different product lines that I would like to develop with the academia. And I've been thinking about that for the past 10 years. I've personally gone to some institutions to talk to them. I've spoken to NCDME. I've even taken it as part of my own to say, okay, if I can get this class of people come together, I'll be able to mentor them to bring out such products. And if I tell you what is costing Nigeria in terms of forests in those areas, is so much. So we can collaborate in research and development projects. We can do guest lectures and industry seminars where the industry experts will go to the university, our institution, and give them lectures, give them seminars on what they need on the other side of the journey. Capstone project and problem-based learning. We can bring out problems and we try to solve it together through development. And with that, we'll be able to bring out some products that will be useful to the society. Faculty internship and industry sabbaticals, which the universities are doing already. But you know, one of the things that when they are on sabbaticals, most of them want to go to institutions to go and see what they are doing. But I want to tell you, we can revise the coin by sending those people to the industries. Instead of going on sabbatical in institution, come to sabbatical in the industry. So you can see the other side of the coin. And when you do this, by the time you go back, when you are talking to your students, you are not only talking to them from the theoretical angle, you can also add some practical experience to what you are saying. And I can give you an example. Some few years ago, roughly 3 years ago, I went to my community to pick about 8 people to train in my training facility. And one of them was very smart. And I told him, you cannot work in the industry because you are very smart and intelligent. You are likely to become a lecturer. He told me, yes, I've been chasing that vision, but it's not working. So I want to come to the industry. I said, no, the knowledge you are gaining now will help you in your lecturing, but not in industry. And after 1 year he graduated, keep on disturbing me to employ him. I told him, no, if I employ you, you will not stay. And you know, after 1 year, 6 months, he's now a lecturer in Delta State University, Abraka. And he came and he thanked me so much that as he's lecturing, he can now put the practical aspect of what he learned in the training school, what he's giving to his students. And it's actually imparted them. So those are the kind of thing I'm saying. We can talk about joint innovation and incubation centers, which the convener also mentioned earlier. So the industry can have a joint innovation and incubation centers with the academia, and the office will be in the industry. So we focus on certain products we develop within a period of time. And why the academia can help us get the best students, people who are interested in research, people that are willing to give their time into developing products they can give them to the industry. While we mentor them and put them through the incubation process, before you know, a lot of things will develop. And I want to mention again that NCDMB have done well in this aspect because they have an incubation center in Yenagoa. Continuous professional development and lifelong learning. Student competition. We can organize student competition among departments where we bring out a product and they go and work on their own, and we pick the best ones and develop them more than that stage. And before you know it, they will bring us something. The result of collaboration between academia and industry cannot be overemphasized, and it can turn knowledge into action, challenges into opportunities, create synergy for innovation, emerging insight to solve complex problems, which can catalyze industrial revolution and development in any nation, including Nigeria. It will also reduce pressure on our external reserve forest and bring down the cost of goods and services, which are the problems we are facing today. As the industry expert meets with the academia today, I would like to challenge us to open up and brainstorm on the following. One, identify the gap that exists between the industry and the academia. Brainstorm on how we can bridge the gaps. Look at areas we can collaborate with the academia. Compile recommendations which we can use as a template in our universities and polytechnics. If we do all this, I know Nigeria will be better than what it is today. On a closing remark, I want to tell you, for example, if we look at a product known as downhole pressure gauges, for those who are petroleum engineers in this hall, you will know what they call a downhole pressure gauges. It's an equipment you use to take the bottom hole pressure in any oil well. And since the time I've been using that equipment for the past 25 years, I've been looking at it, and I cannot see why a Nigerian should develop that product. And what is that product? It's basically electronic chips that are made together with memory cards to record temperature, pressure at the bottom of the well. So if we bring a mechanical engineer, for example, that will work on the housing of that equipment, we bring physics electronics, we bring electrical electronics, and we bring a software engineer. If these people can work together and they are coordinated and mentored by someone that is experienced, within a short time, that product can come out. And when it comes out, do you know what is going to save Nigeria? It's going to save Nigeria about $25,000 that we use to buy one. Not only that, after every 2 years, you need to send it back to them to calibrate and work on. The cost of shipments, and not only the cost of shipment, we also talk of the cost of calibration. That is another issue, costing you about $6,000. Now, the software, you renew the software every year, and the cost of renewal is $3,500 every year. So you see, so why our young ones abuse the pressing phone to do something funny? Why can't they focus themselves in this area, developing programs that will be useful in the oil and gas industry? And I want to tell you that I am available to discuss and mentor people and show them the way out if they are actually interested. And so, once again, I welcome you to this event, and I want you to make good use of it. Don't just walk around, try to network, and try to be focused on what you want to get from this gathering today. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To give for the key words of Dr. Martin Zagora. A quick one about Dr. Martin Zagora. Dr. Martin Zagora is a renowned mentor in the oil and gas industry with specialization in mechanical power engineering the certification of surface well tested and a manufacturing engineer. The depth of his discipline he has acquired is more than 3 decades of his career in the oil and gas industry, and is second to none. He's an expert at well testing and adheres to the goal zero in safety in all his operations. He's a solution provider in the oil and gas industry. So if you're willing to delve into the oil and gas industry, please, young man, he is that person. You can stand on his shoulders and fly. Let's put your hands together once again for him. Moving on, the next speaker is a highly respected academician, currently serving as an associate professor in the prestigious Department of Theatre and Film Studies at the University of Port Harcourt. With a master's degree and a doctorate degree in film studies, he possesses extensive knowledge and expertise in the discipline and its theoretical and practical aspects. In addition to his academic accomplishments, Dr. Ovunda Ihunwo is a multi-talented artist who excels in various fields such as acting, dancing, and singing. He derives immense satisfaction from nurturing and enhancing the talents of building artists in the domains of theater and film, especially in acting, voice, and stage training. Please, with a clap ovation, can you put your hands together for Dr. Ovunda Ihunwo? Please give comes. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us today.
Thank you. With profound respect, let me quickly apologize to the panelists. I'm supposed to be on the panel, but I'm supposed to deliver a talk in Bayelsa this afternoon at 2 o'clock. So I was told the event will start latest 11. So I thought I would have put in at least 1 hour before leaving. So I just have to leave now. So I just few minutes to just say a few words. Unfortunately, I won't be able to say much. I'm a theater person. I'm a film scholar. But you see, leveraging the gap between town and, we call it town and gown, it's imperative across disciplines. As a film practitioner or a filmmaker, I study the arts, but film, we have film as science, we have film as arts. The reason why we have film as science is because the cinematographer, for you to study cinematography, you should have some knowledge of physics. And then you will imagine, and you think that artists do not have any business with the sciences. We do. This is art. What you see here is art, but the artist is not the one who designed the screen. He took technology to design the screen, but it takes art to get what appears on the screen. That is what collaboration is like. For those of us in the academia, unfortunately, even for the academicians and the students, what bedevils us is too much of theory. Too much of it. When I say too much, I mean that even some of them are obsolete. The courses I teach, what I do is that I set the curriculum aside and update so that the students can be industry ready. Because if I follow, on the lighter notes, when I see some theories, and I'll ask them, I say, all these Hegel people are quoting, does Hegel know Rumola? If Hegel does not know my village, why should I keep quoting him? Because we must work with theories that can affect our lives today, and not the 1950-something theories. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues are still using the notes they used to teach students in 1980 to still teach students in 2024. And so it behoves of even the academia and the students to update to today and prepare students to be industry ready. Because we churn out graduates who have first class and yet they go into the industries and they cannot even meet up. They can't fit in to the industry. So there is the need for certain structures to be demolished. I'm not saying that, demolished completely. Why do I say so? They tell us to publish or perish. And for that purpose, we keep publishing. whether it affects the society or not. Even when we publish the ones that will affect the society, does the industry come to the university or the institutions to look at these things we have published to implement them? There are beautiful ideas everywhere. If you go to the University of Port Harcourt School of Graduate School, you see theses with wonderful ideas, but they are lying fallow in the drawers. Nobody comes there to consult to say, this is what this PhD student has recommended. Let us give it a try. But it is not the fault of the students. It is the fault of the institution and the industry. There is no marriage. That marriage has to be consummated and consummated properly, so that when we churn out students, they can fit in. Yeah, thank God for when I heard the convener saying that they already had, they have interns, they have people who are, that is the marriage we are talking about. So that at the end of the day, when they get out of the university, there is already a relationship between the town and the gown, and they can fit in properly. This is just a few words I can share with us. I told engineer that I made some notes. I may just give them to him so that he will share with you. You can always reach me. My phone number there for billboard. So I'm always reachable to share ideas. I pray that subsequently we'll have enough time to rub minds together. Thank you most kindly. I wish you a successful generation.
The man of little words indeed. He came here, he gave us straight to the point what exactly it is. Whilst we focus on seeing the career paths as just a medium to greatness, we should also make the spectrum wider, see different angles of it, art, science, see it merging together. And I know most of us here are talented in different spheres, but don't just look at it through one lens. Look at it from a wider perspective. And as you do so, I know you would get to the top of your career as you progress. I would like to quickly welcome another person. Whilst we were making the introductions, he walked in. And after this, I would have panelists come up stage so we can proceed to the panel conversation. His name is Mr. Chike Stanley. He was born on the 28th of September in Ajib Mile 4. He attended the Model Secondary School in Bolu, Mile 3, June. He was amongst the pioneer set of the Prince Winston International College, Port Harcourt. From there, he proceeded to County Grammar School in Prairie Che, then came back to UST for a course and later went to Uniform and studied electrical electronics. Others are Policing and Intelligence at the Defense Intelligence College in 2019. Another course at the National Orientation Agency in 2020, the Nigerian Defense College in 2021, later became the special advisor to the chairman NDDC. Again, the essay project to the MD of CEO NDDC, House of Assembly candidate 2015, same in 2016, president and founder of Future Rivers. Mr. Chike Stanley is a global change agent, youth advocate, president and founder of the Future Rivers Initiative, working for the Federal Ministry of Aviation and the Aerospace Development Enemy Project. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chike Stanley. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. Without wasting much time, can we also make welcome a very special man in our midst? It's not just a man, he is a father, and he is an embodiment of wisdom, not just for young ones. He represents both the government, both the voice of the people. Please join me as I make welcome the Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Engineer Baswene J.C. Benibo for his welcome address. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first thank the convener He's been a good friend of mine. Right from when he was a student engineer. We were already in the profession. In the Nigerian Society of Engineers, they were there. I met him for the first time. He was such an interesting engineer that was always very active. And I remember when I was chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Orako branch, I gave him an award for being the most active student engineer at that time. And today, by the grace of God, he has met me again, still in our profession. But right now, I'm also representing the government. I've always liked to be very practical. I am a civil engineer. I studied in the United States, got my master's degree and my master's degree in structures. And somehow one of my professors really liked my approach to things that I was doing. He was the physics professor in physics, and he wanted me to join him so that we can do something and send to the space. And even when I was in the secondary school, I was fanatical about projectiles and all that. But one thing I told myself is I was not going to develop weapons, not weapons of mass destruction. That was why I didn't go into physics area. I would have been picking up nuclear weapons and how to deliver them in different places. However, I ended up in civil engineering and came back to Nigeria and started with the Ministry of Works. I moved on to be a director there in the Ministry of Works, retired in 2011. By the special grace of God, this year, I was made a commissioner of housing. Now, bridging the gap between the academia and the industry. I see the academic side as, let me illustrate it. You have come out of the university with a very fantastic degree. You have it in your hand. Well, in the real world, you are not going to chew your degree. You have to go and use it. The degree simply moves you into the industry and qualifies you as someone that can be relied on. Now, by way of illustration, let me create that gap that we have. We are using to demonstrate this. There is the gap here. You are holding your degree this way, and the industrialist is over there. And I tries to tell you, okay, cross over with your knowledge. And then here there is a field of, let me say water. Let me look at it as is water. But what we know is a field of experience that the industrialist requires for you to cross over. Now you have your certificate with you and you are trying to cross over. Imagine that it is water that you are not able to jump over. If you miss your steps, you will fall into the water. You have good experience and you have valued experience, you can walk across. Now, that is the gap that we want to bridge. We want to see the the students crossing over seamlessly. Which is you cross the gap into the industrial world. Now, how do we do that? What you are taught or the teachings in the universities, in academia is theoretical. Basically, theoretical. When you are crossing over to where you are going to practicalize what you have studied. And that is the difference. Let me give you an example. When I came back from the United States, I desired to work in a consulting firm. I didn't want to go directly into construction. And I was given that opportunity. I went to the consulting firm. And let me tell you, even what I learned first in the consulting firm was given to me by a draftsman. Along the family of engineering, you have the draftsman at the bottom. The draftsman, the technicians, the technologists, the engineers. I was already an engineer and I needed some experience in the industry. And when I met the first design on my table, I was just wandering through it. I said, no. We studied all this, but how it is now the practical. The dotted lines, the solid lines, the bridge signs, the symbols. I was seeing it in the design. I was having difficulty translating it because I had it theoretical in my head. You just have to get it out slowly to understand. And I tell you, the draftsman who had about 13 years experience at that time took me through. I was watching what he was doing, he was drawing and all that. It didn't take me more than 1 month. I started telling him, okay, I can see now, do it this way. Now I understand fully. Now I will do my designs and ask him to draw it. And he will begin to use the symbols that we have studied. And he will start to correct it. With your knowledge, the academic knowledge, you will quickly understand what is practical in the industry. That is the good thing about going to get a certificate. When you cross over, in some cases, it will take you a while. Many times, you should be able to cope without taking much time. However, I would solicit that the academia, now that we have a lot of technological tools to study, to teach students. We should begin to do simulation in the universities. Simulation of practical things in the university. Simulation basically is video teaching of it to give you the real feeling or looking at it properly, virtually. At least you are seeing what you are going to meet in life, in the real life. When I was the chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, I came up with this vision. How we could bring the industry and the academia together And I came up with an engineering resource center. And the engineering resource center is a center that will bring the industry experts, the university professors, the researchers. They will meet in the engineering resource center and give their knowledge. Transfer of knowledge or contributory knowledge to have whatever, to solve whatever problem you have. We have been working on the Engineering Resource Center. We bought 30 plots of land along the Professor Tam West Boulevard, which they call the going to airport. That will be a road. We have 30 plots of land there to develop the Engineering Resource Center where that's this bridging that we are talking about will be taking place. It's a question of, in fact, the idea behind it is be a knowledge bank. The academic knowledge, industrial knowledge. The people in the oil and gas industry will be coming in there. The ones in research, in academia, will be coming in there. The only difficulty we saw was that some may not be willing to give their knowledge, maybe trying to protect their intellectual property. And the industrialists also will be applying instructional theory because he will not allow you to know the practical aspect of it. Goes on. He would like you to know intricacies also. But that is where we will reach it. When we meet in the engineering resource setting, says you are a resource person there. The professor is a resource person there. The industrialist is a resource person there. It is a question of solving problems. That is the reason why that resource center is being conceived. And by the grace of God, we are going to achieve it. The resource center will have things like studio classrooms, where simulation, the classroom simulation of practical things will be done. Video will be played. And from the studio classroom, you can be teaching, outsourcing your knowledge, and then teaching people who are in distant places. You don't necessarily have to come to the engineering resource center to get the knowledge. Wherever you are, you can be reached. Luckily, we have internet system now that will even aid that. In bridging the industry and the academia, there are values that is required of the student that is coming from the academia. You need to have a competitive edge. Because there's a lot of competition here. If you have just academic knowledge and you are coming in, you might see yourself not being able to compete with those that have gone for their internship to add value to the academic knowledge. And that is one key reason why internship is very necessary. Internship is very necessary for all. even those in the arts, even in the law. My daughter is in the law. She came, told me she needed to do their internship and all that training. She served in Asaba, luckily in the Ministry of Justice, and she did very well. It's for all students in the academy. The professors, yes, they are mainly at their level, they are mainly to do some research and have their way at that level. As a professor, you come up with any fantastic idea, innovative idea, and you're able to place it before the industrialists, and the industrial picks it up and then commercializes it. You know you have made it in life. And that is what all of us are working towards. Get to the apex of your career and then show it in the real world, in the industry. I would endorse all what the previous speakers have said. I didn't want to go into those areas anymore. But I just wanted you to feel a little practical about what we are discussing here today. So, in the academia, especially students, you are the ones that we are particularly speaking to. Try to develop yourself, and you go for internship. Just pray that you go to the relevant area. Should you be a civil engineering student and you find yourself in the class, that's what we are trying also. Except you want to go and teach training. If you have someone like me, when you for any reason wants to teach, well, I wouldn't take any more of your time. I want to thank you for this. And I believe that you have gained one or two things from this demonstration. Thank you very much.
Let's put your hands together once again for the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, Rivers State, Honorable Engineer Baswena J.C. Pennybo. Let's put your hands together for him. Through this time to be here today, and with his presence, we also know that the Rivers State government is fully endorsing and supporting this project today. Let's put your hands together for the Rivers State government. A lot of things. I hope we're taking notes, we're writing down, because there will be times where we'll give opportunities to ask questions. Before that, let's welcome our very delectable panelists to be upstage, and we'll have that interaction. It's one of the times I look forward to at any Garden City Career Summit, where we get to talk, interact with panelists, and they share from their wealth of wisdom and experience. So please put your hands together as I make welcome for the first panel session, where we are going to be talking about bridging the academic and industrial gaps, leveraging on the power of collaboration for easy navigation across disciplines. Let's make welcome. Is it ladies first, right? Ladies first. But if there is need for money to be paid, it's men first. All right, so let's do it that way. Ladies first, join me as you put your heads together and make welcome Tiana Bassi and Keratin. Another lady also, Mrs. Jane Maxwell. Thank you very much. Also, let's make welcome Mr. Chike Stanley. Thank you so much, Mr. Chike Stanley. Also, make welcome Professor Adewale Dosunmo. Professor Adewale Dosunmo. And by orders from the top, we will still need the presence of keynote speaker and the person of Dr. Martin Socorro to join us once again. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, so I guess I need you to join up stage also. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. Please, we would need the mics to go around if that is possible, so we can have ourselves a very seamless conversation. Bridging the academic and industrial gaps, leveraging the power of collaboration for easy navigations across disciplines. Let me do an icebreaker. If you had to simplify this, please, I need the mics to go into the crowd also. If you had to simplify this, because it's looking like, the engineer, one of them also, he's a man of serious academic standards and he kept it at a certain pedestal. So if you want to break that down, how would you simplify that to be? Reaching the academic and industrial gaps, leveraging on the power of collaboration for easy navigation across disciplines. I need someone to just simplify that for me in 1 minute. Any hands? All right, someone is there. Someone's there. Let's give him the mic.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Musubi.
Advanced Monday.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the topic, bridging the industrial and academic innovation. It means leveraging the power of collaboration, how your network or how well you can meet people to navigate, like go around different disciplines, cut across, and even if you're doing something else, you can apply it. So it's more the application of what you're doing by teaching others.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful answer. Please put your hands together for him. Okay, let me start with Professor Adewale Dosunmo. And I'd like to throw this question to you, sir. During your time as an astute personality in the academic space, what has been your approach to translating what you've learned into practical terms, especially in a time where most young people think that going to school is somewhat unprofitable, because most things these young people engage into now really do not need educational. I'm using some of these things don't really need educational backgrounds for them, to compete and practice in the outer space. So how has been your approach coming from the academic space, related to these practical things that happen in our day-to-day lives? How has been your approach in dealing with these everyday realities as an academic?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the panel, and good afternoon, the audience. I can see there are mainly young people, and I believe they come here to learn. You mentioned about my experience in academia.
Yes.
Now, the issue there is that, yes, I've heard people talk about the fact that the academic only looks at theory, and then the industry looks at the practical side. But I can tell you that the way that we have gone about, because I'm a professor of petroleum engineering, and there's no way you can teach petroleum engineering without letting the students know about the practical aspects of the work. It cannot be only in the classroom. I know that there are diverse disciplines that may have this, and I think the fundamental issue that we're looking at here is issue of curriculum in the universities. Because what we try to do is that the curriculum, normally the NUC determine what the curriculum will look like, that's National Universities Commission. And what they want us to do is that you must look at this curriculum with a view to imparting certain types of knowledge to the students. And let me also say that the way I've heard people talk today is that we have only looked at the universities. We have not looked at the colleges of education, the technical colleges, because we have different groups of students. Some may not end up in the university, some may end up in polytechnics, technical colleges. Some of them go to college of education. All these are part of people who are going to go into career. So my experience has been that essentially, if you go strictly by the curriculum, you'll be teaching on theory. And then also, maybe we'll come to that later, is to say that during the course of the discussion this morning, I've heard people talk about only two things. They've talked about industry, they've talked about the academia. They say there's a silo, there's a gap between the two. But the essence is that we want to bring this gap, bring it together, bring the two of them together. Several steps have been taken in the past. They mentioned seaways, they mentioned other things. They mentioned attachment, amongst others. But the part of government, knowing that how do you bring these two bodies together? NCDMB is trying. You are talking of 100 students. Nigerian population consists of more than 70% young people. That is why you find that there is what they call the Japan syndrome, where these students find frustration after graduation. And the next thing is that they want to leave the country. And when they leave the country, what do? They go and work as second-class citizens in other countries. And I think we need to go back and look at the curriculum such that we can bring those in the practical aspect to come into the universities. A number of things we have done in the past. We have looked at those who retired from industry and brought them in as academics to come and teach. There are other examples, like you mentioned what they call the triple helix. Triple helix means you are looking at the academic, industry, and government coming together. Industry, they have their objective. They are there to make profits, practically. Academia, to prepare the students academically. So how do you bring these two together? Because for you to practice the what you know, you must have knowledge of it. If you don't have the basic knowledge, you cannot practice it. So we need to bring these two together with a view to enhancing knowledge for this country. By the way, Nigeria, the medical profession is one profession that has ensured that students go through theoretical aspects, and then they spend another 3 to 4 years in the hospital. That is, as soon as a student finishes as a doctor, he begins to practice immediately. Can we not leverage that in the arts? Can we not do that in the sciences? Can we not do that in engineering? Because all I've been hearing today has been post-graduation. Is there something we can do before they graduate, such that when they come out of school, they hit the ground running? And many of the employers have said our graduates are unemployable. Why are they unemployable? Because they are defective in certain aspects of the trade. We have tried to bring this in the past. If you look at Uniport, they tried what they call the IPS, where the French people came in. Uniport is there. Total is sponsoring, whereby they teach students so that as soon as they finish, they get a job. But what I'm going to say is that there's a need to look at the curriculum. Government not interested. And like even taking an example of Rivers State, we must look at in 5 years' time, where does Rivers State want to be in agriculture, in housing, in road construction, in this? What type of personnel do we require? How do we look at the curriculum with a view to delivering this? So that when students want to apply to the school, they are applying based on the fact that they know that after finishing, there's going to be a placement for them. When you go and read, maybe you go and read, let's say, let me just take a simple example. Say you go and study history, and then you come out. History is relevant. But what are the industrial needs at that particular time for the country? Because Nigeria is moving from one state to another. We have a depressed economy. We have a lot of problems, a lot of issues with the youth. How can we address these problems? That's why there's need for collaboration between the university, industry, and government. And government has a critical role to play in terms of all this I'm talking about. So I think I'll just stop here. I have a lot more to say, but moderator, I think
Thank you very much.
allow others to come in here.
Yes, yeah, just that quick, please, your hands together for him. I wanted to point out something, and I read this statistic yesterday that Nigeria has arguably one of the best academic or curriculum structures in the world, because we adopt the US and the United States methods of teaching into our academic systems. That's why we churn out, graduates who can defend their certificates outside the country. I will pause that thought there, and I'll throw a question to Mr. Chike Stanley, who has a plethora of different feathers on his cap when it comes to the academic space. But I'm looking at your bio, looking at your resume, having different sectors. You played in the security sector, playing in the engineering sector, and then ending up in the aviation sector. How did you marry this different constituents, until you found that particular one that you chose to stay on, especially for young people who have, choices to make, or who are struggling with choices to make in choosing what will be relevant for them, either the academic or the industrial sector?
Well, thank you very much. My name is Chike Stanley. First of all, there is something I wanted to add to before I get here.
Okay.
So we can actually marry these things together. Now, you cannot talk about someone who's a graduate without the person going to primary school. Now, there are issues we have that are critical and that we need to attend to. One of them is selection process. Before anybody goes into the university in Nigeria, in the case of Nigeria, a lot of us, our dream courses are not what we end up doing.
Exactly.
So because Nigeria happens to some of us, environment happens to some of us, we shift to something different. Now, mind you, for the youth, there is one thing that is very, very important. Rehabilitation of the mind, determination. I want to be a civil engineer, for instance. I listened to him. I've worked with him before, Engineer Hannibal. I agree to that. There are people you will see, you want to model yourself to that. But they have the background. A lot of people do not even have the background. For instance, talking about the selection, so I don't deviate, the structuring. A lot of people write JAMB, they want to be civil engineer, they want to be mechanical engineer, and they end up going to do education. Selection process. So we need to get it right at the selection process. Then secondly, on the issue of the academy, we talked about internship. There is something I adopted early from secondary school, what the Igbo people call apprenticeship, where you throw away your ego to learn, understanding what you want to go for. So I always have, my dream was to be a marine engineer. And sometimes environment makes us to choose what we want to be. Then when you go into school, you see that it's different. This is what you would have desired to be. Then you start changing. What do you know? How do we select the best of the best? Prepare them. Then you grow them from there. Then when they are done from the academic section, then the industries are supposed to, and the government, bridging the gap is preparing and bringing equipment for these people to learn, understanding, because there is a lot of gap between practical and theory. So most of us go to school, at the end of the day, when we come out of school, what we learned in school is not even implemented in the society. It becomes another problem, because you won't see anywhere to solve the YDS in whatever country, whatever offshore, whatever, yes.
How many of you have found X since you were looking for this? The only X you found was your X.
So we need to first start from the foundation.
Yes.
If you want to build a skyscraper, it takes more time. If you want to build a 10-story building, it's not the same thing of building a 17-story building. It's not the same thing for somebody who wants to build a 1-story building. So it's always different. So first, determination of this person. Secondly, the bright environment. You need to be determined of what you want, to be committed, so you can produce good results.
Let me quickly interject and ask you a quick question because you already mentioned it. You said the selection process. Most of the times, students here, please give me your response if I'm correct. Sometimes they want certain courses, they want to study certain things, and then they get into the university, and then the university itself selects something different for them. That's one. Another thing is some don't even know what to select. They don't even know what to select. So if we talk about selection process, are we talking about constituting certain maybe departments in the universities that train or teach children or students, potential students, what to select or what to do in the universities? The professor is, I don't know, is it something that can be practical? Because some people don't know what to select, others are selected for, and then we churn out graduates who don't even know why they went to the university.
Thank you. I think this is in my domain.
Okay.
Essentially, you know that the process in this country is that before students get into the university, the most rapid required is called JAM. I'm sure you are aware. You do JAM, and then you must have minimum requirements in terms of O levels. That is, you must have your 5 credits to come in. So it is based on that you now select the courses you want to do at that particular time. So actually, getting the university to now come in and be the ones now to alter what you have chosen initially is a bit different because you select the course you say you want to do based on your credentials, and then maybe sometimes the family determines want you to be a doctor, a nurse, a practitioner, whatever. And some students also look at certain role models and decide that this is what they want to do.
But we've had cases where people put in for maybe medicine and then get it.
Yes, that particular case is that if you are not qualified, because also for medicine in Nigeria, each university has a quota. That means that by Nigerian Medical Council, they cannot admit based on their facilities more than a particular number of students. And if these students, instead of university sending the student away, they now offer him and say, well, you don't qualify for the course you wanted to do, but we think you may consider this. And again, students don't want to stay at home. So in desperation, instead of waiting for another year, they say, okay, let me start this. I know those who say, okay, you can't qualify for medicine this year. They say, okay, let me start doing biochemistry. Let me do physiology. That is not his choice. But then he ends up taking that so that he doesn't stay at home. And that becomes something that becomes a burden for him. Because it's a sort of frustration. That's not what he wanted to do. But he just has to come in because his colleagues are also going to the university. So this issue of advisory, I believe that it's not actually in the university that it should be. It should be before, because you will have selected the course. The university will now select you based on the number of applications and then the spaces that are available for those opportunities that are there. It's not as if they are forcing you. They only offer you because the only option is if they offer you and you don't want it, then you don't register. You go back home.
All right. Please put your hands together for him. Okay, so I would want Dr. Martin Tokoro to touch on something before we have. You wanted to say something? Okay, before we have the ladies contribute also. Dr. Martin Tokoro, when it comes to the field of engineering, we have heard most people who are, part of this field or this industry give the impression, or we've known most people give the impression that it is meant, or it is a space for mostly men. You know, it's dominated by mostly men. The female gender has not really had their fair share in, you know, benefiting. I'll use that word for lack of better words, or lack of a better word, benefiting immensely from the engineering space in Nigeria. I would like you to throw more light on that. How can we have, you know, females contributing into the engineering sector in the country? How can we have them be dominant in the space? How can we have them, you know, get to heights where the men are achieving in the country also?
Okay, thank you very much. What I want to say is that engineering is for both male and female, and it depends on interest. Okay, like in our own sector, the oil and gas, one of the challenges we have sending them options is the issue of accommodation. Because for you to send a lady to offshore, if the facility have limited accommodation, where they have 2-3 people sharing a room, if you send a lady there, you can know what will happen. The lady might not be interested to sleep with those guys in the same room. Because anytime she needs privacy, it means that the other 2 people have to leave the room for her. So I give myself as an example. In my earlier career in the oil and gas industry, I've gone to a job with a lady, and I slept in the same room with her for 1 month. The same room with the lady. In fact, I'm the senior to her in the profession. We slept in the same room. We're able to work together. We're able to do everything together. And we left. I understand when she needs privacy, I really go out and leave her to take a bath, do whatever thing you want to do, and she comes out. So what I want to say is that the opportunity is there for both ladies and even the gents. It's all about interest. If you are interested, you have the opportunity. Like in my own organization, this last section that just passed out on youth service a few months ago, a lady served in my company, and it took me a lot of effort to be able to push her offshore. I have to talk to the clients, I have to beg, because I taught her a lot of things in the office, and she need to go and see how it works in the field. I have to talk and talk and talk, and at the end, they gave her opportunity to go offshore to see what she's doing. So, and I can also tell you that in my establishment, I've trained more than 5-6 ladies in my profession. Some are in NNPC working right now, while some are in other international companies also working. But the interest has to be there. So I encourage our ladies in this place to pick up interest. And once you have interest, there's nothing that can stop you going to where you want to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I know I asked the question first to Dr. Okoro. I know I asked that question first, so we can build to having the ladies contribute to the conversation. Anthropology is not something that is in a dominant space in the country. You agree with me? And you got into it. You decided to get into it, and you're deciding to, run with that path of being an anthropologist in the country. But we see most ladies having a degree in medicine. Well, it's not selected. Medicine is a practical course. It's an industry course. So let's say mathematics or computer science. And then when they graduate, they tend to do something totally different from what they went to school for. Let me quickly ask, Ms. Jennifer Security, why do you think that is a dominant reason for our Nigerian female graduates? Studying something, and the next thing you see them selling oil perfumes online, selling wigs online. I know you never thought I'll break the table, but yes, let's break the tables now. Selling oil perfumes online, selling wigs. I make hair, I make nice food. I mean, this person is a graduate. I've told myself, if you went to school to do something, why not practice what you went to school to do? Why choose a less stressful path just because you think I am a woman, quote, you know, and you expect the man to go out there as someone who even graduated from the same department as you, spend the money, look for the money, and then come back to you. I'm not throwing the women under the bus here, but I'm just saying, why do we have women choosing not to practice what they studied in school?
First of all, I'm not working in sociology. I'm a human resource person.
All right.
So, and that was not my first choice.
Okay.
We talked about the issue of choosing something.
And then
That issue, I think, is also because of cutoff points, not just that there's no enough, like the number of persons, like there's limited number of persons. It's also because you didn't have enough cutoff point to study a particular. I wanted to study law, so if you don't have a cutoff point, of course, you have to study something else, and that's how I ended up in sociology and anthropology. And after school, I switched to human resources, right? So now, talking about your issue of saying ladies, it's not just ladies actually. It's the fact that we have survival mentality.
survival mentality.
Yeah, so people just want to survive. You are done with school, there's no job for you. So some persons, rather than just sit down at home, wait to get a job, they decide to start a trade. And some persons get the one that is like easier for them to do. I've seen women doing POP recently. I've seen men selling perfumes as well. Like it's both gender, right? So it's anyone that wants to sit down and
How many of you have seen men selling perfume?
I have. I've seen
Wow,
men
apart from me.
So I think the world is actually changing now. Men are doing what women are doing, women are doing what men are doing. And that brings us back to the topic of bridging the gap, right? So if actually in school, what you are studying, anthropology, study of let's say we study history, not just about study of man. Like you can study society, you can study a tree, history, their past, their present, and the future. That's basically what study of anthropology is all about. And you see in Nigeria, basically, they are not even interested. Like sociology and anthropology is the highest paid job in Canada. There are no facilities in Nigeria if someone said they want to do a research right now, you don't even get support from anywhere. I know like there's some organizations that support, but it's how often do you find such organizations? So now if you are in school and what you are being taught, like they're practical about it, and then when you come out from school, there are industries, of that kind that will actually assist in pushing what you study. That's why you see a lot of people like medicine, in medical field. We have doctors, we have nurses, we have lawyers, we have engineers, because in Nigeria, those are like the most practical industry that is actually, you see, we have we don't have much refinery, but we have engineering construction firms, we have hospitals and all that. But you see people studying anthropology, which industry, where are you going to study that? So that's why you see people studying physics, getting to banking, people studying getting to banking, because like there's no financial. Yeah, apart from maybe finances, or basically those industries are not there, right? It's, even if it's there, maybe 1, 2, 3. So I think that's the gap we are talking about now that is lacking, like it's not available. And also, if you are studying, let me give an example of a course, maybe business administration, or maybe human resources in school. And while in school, you're already looking out for things. You're already maybe getting your professional certification while you're in university. You find out that even before you graduate out of school, you have the practical knowledge that an organization will want to pick you. Oh, they're interviewing you, and you're like, okay, you did this, you did that. They'll be interested in you. So why people don't also get jobs? Most times, not because of lack of jobs, because of lack of skills.
All right.
some people are not, they don't have the skill, they don't have the competence to actually get that particular job. And in Nigeria, like you cannot just be a graduate and that experience to be available. Sometimes you have to go the extra mile to train yourself, to get, to equip yourself. And there was always internship. You'll be amazed that there's some courses in the university. There is nothing like internship at all. It's not available. That scheme is not there. So you just go through school and come out. No practical knowledge. Talking about communication skills, you see some courses, you don't even do a project presentation. So it doesn't even prepare you for the outside world. Like it doesn't give you the courage and boldness to stand and speak. Do you understand? And then you see computer science. Some persons don't even know what, they have not seen a computer before. So these skills that are lacking, this practical knowledge that are lacking is actually the effect, you know, what the effect it have on people now leaving school and now choosing to sell things, you know. Basically, that some persons, their mothers are like traders. They have learned that even before they graduated.
So it's a defense mechanism
Exactly.
for this incompetence in the academic sector.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ntambasi. I would like to ask the other wonderful female panelists a very important question. And that will be, let me just carve it to your forte or your niche. For people who have failed academically, they have written JAMB for like 3,000 times. It's just hitting them back and forth. And she is, you know, a motivational and inspirational speaker. So I know we have a mixed multitude here. Not everyone is in school. Some people are planning to get into school. Some people are still battling. I know a lot of people who have dropped out because they feel school is not my thing. You know, the popular street parlor, school and stuff. And then for the one who is in that career path in the industry, but he's still struggling. You know, I know a lot of people who are, so to say, having jobs. They work, they do the 9 to 5, but mentally they are not stable. They feel this is draining them. These two categories of people. For the one who is frustrated by the academic sector, for the one who is frustrated by the industrial sector, I mean, how do you bridge the gap for them to stay well?
Okay, thank you very much. Jane Maxwell. Well, from what you are asking, it's very obvious that the way the country is right now and the information that is available to us now, you shouldn't suffer any. If the university environment is not accepting you to study, there are other things you can do. The challenge we have in this part of the world is that we find it difficult to learn. Learning is our problem. Maybe because of where you're coming from, your environment, your background, where you were raised. But I tell people that you need to be intentional and deliberate about your life if you have to come out of that environment that is not good enough. Because with time, you will think you have found comfort. With time, you will discover that you have fixed yourself into a more uncomfortable zone. What do I mean by that? Learning is not easy. You have to be intentional. I use the word intention. You have to be intentional because you didn't go to school because JAMB had to jam you 1,000 times. But it's very obvious that JAMB cannot jam you 1,000 times. It's just that you have decided to give up, not to keep trying. So if you make up your mind that, okay, JAMB is not working, there are a lot of online courses that you can go and do. Some of them are even free. Coursera is there. Allison.com is there. Udemy is there. Small courses, certified courses that you can do to ensure that you are not misplaced or displaced when the opportunity comes. So if you are looking out for opportunity where you work, because the truth of the matter is, right now, no industry, no organization want to employ somebody that cannot add value to the organization. So you cannot tell me that you know how to do it, but you're not mentally stable or you're not. It's very obvious that you have not passed through the due process. Just like my brother was saying, the foundation is very important. Whether you like it or not, the 4 walls of the university is very necessary and very important for you to go. Now, one of the major reasons why people go to school is that we've not really gotten the real reason why we should go to the university. What we have always been told is go to school, graduate, get a job, and earn a living. But it's beyond that. The essence of going to the university is to brush you up mentally, intellectually, is to help you discover your true self. Just like my sister also talked about having seminars and presentation. These were part of the platforms we had to grow and build our public speaking skills. Now, you went to the university, and as you found yourself in that place, for me, I saw it as a platform for personal development. It was just beyond academic, going to school, passing exam. Some persons passed their exams not because they studied hard, but because they crammed all through. So you crammed all through, you came out with a first class, you came out with a 2-1, and at the end of the day, you cannot defend what you have read. Now, or what you have studied. Sometimes when I stand with certain graduates and I hear them speak, and I wonder if they actually went to the university. So the university is actually supposed to reform you, form you, make you better version of yourself. When you come out of the university, people see you, without you telling them you had a 2-1 or telling them you had a 2-2, some people even had third class. But when they come out and you hear them speak, you can really tell that actually this person, you can't judge the person based on third class. You're not judging the person based on what the person portrays and presents before you. So please, my dear, if JAMB is jambing you, look for other sources to get yourself developed mentally, intellectually, and academically. The environment where we have found ourselves now, information is very easy to access. If you cannot get it from the 4 walls of the university, you can get it online. You can get it anywhere as far as technology is concerned. But the challenge we have today is that people are becoming very lazy to study. Now you spend almost 24 hours on your phone doing what? That same phone, you can use it to get certificate courses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The one who said, the industry person, he's already in the industry, has gotten a job, but there is this sense of unfulfillment. How do you handle issues like that?
Yes, I've seen cases like that. In fact, I'm a medical lab scientist. By certification, I'm currently not serving. I'm currently not working for any organization, but when I come in contact with my colleagues, they just feel like I'm doing better than them. I don't know why they feel that way. That is the sense of unfulfillment we are talking about. One is either the choice of job you chose or the choice you made wasn't really what you wanted. Out of desperation, you have searched for a job and it's not coming. The particular one you desired wasn't coming forth, and you decided to go for what is available. So going for what is available is part of what is causing you to find unfulfillment. That's one. Two, you went into the job because you really want to clear up a choking problem. But in the course of trying to do that, you have to go for something that can give you a bigger financial profit. But you are getting the profit, you're not meeting up to the task. So because of that, it brings in a lot of frustration to you. You're not still finding fulfillment. Some persons have not discovered purpose why they are working in an organization. Because when you discover the why you are in that working environment, it helps you, it acts as a guide to what you really want. You cannot tell yourself, okay, I want to be in this organization for 5 years. I want to be in this organization for 10 years because this, I want to achieve. I've seen people who worked in an organization for 10 years, and after that, they establish themselves in the business of their choice. So you have to define what you really want in life. When you have it written down, it acts as a direction to where you're going. So you are walking, you know where you're going, you're serving someone, knowing where you are going, it gives you that sense of satisfaction. Thank you.
Put your hands together. The second part was a practical experience for me. I'll get into that. Please, if you have any questions, kindly write them and send across to the ushers so we can be able to regulate. But I'll give an opportunity for 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5 persons. to ask questions quickly. The mic should go around. 5 persons. 1, another hand. Am I seeing another hand? 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, so that's number 1, number 2, number 3, 4, 5. Please, can we have the mics to them? Introduce your.
See somebody there.
Okay. Okay, please, can you come forward to the seats so we can just have you here? The 5 of you who want to ask the questions, can you just come forward so we have you right in front? Thank you very much. So we don't have to go around with the mics. Thank you very much. If you have your hands up, just kindly walk towards this area. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, quickly. So your name, sir,
Okay,
and your question.
my name is Evans Makamodi.
Can you be more audible so everyone can hear you?
Okay, my name is Evans Makamodi. I am a 400 level student in the Department of Petroleum Engineering
Okay.
in University. So my question is, considering which is leveraging on the power of collaboration, I am currently serving as the president of the Society of Petroleum Engineers in University. And I would want to acknowledge that the room for collaboration due to some reasons, it's not very much. So we are always having difficulties with creating a room to get to the industry, in the sense that as a student chapter, you want to go to the industry to network, and then you get to the gate to get them back. You cannot get the room for collaboration. That's the first question. Secondly, I would like to just, it's more like an information. So in the last part of the panel session, my lady on yellow, she was talking more on youths being crazy on their phones, spending too much time on their phones. I would like to say that, okay, that's a very well-known narrative which has been pushed across, but there is a vast majority of teenagers and youths who also have these skill sets. And I just want to say, because I'm very close to a whole lot of them. Now, the thing is, the visibility for these ones who are not in that category you're mentioning is very low. So they are not well known. Most of them are shy, camera shy. They can't convey their ideas. They can't convey their thoughts. There is no creative room for them to be visible. But these ones who are 247 doing all sorts of nonsense on TikTok, Instagram, and the rest, they are very visible. So you come online on Instagram, and then in the next 20 minutes, you'll see 4 unnecessary useless posts. And then you want who have ideas are still battling to create the idea. If they end up creating the idea, they have flaws, they have mistakes, which you cannot get to the right channels. And when you have the right, in the next 10 seconds, when you have the right channels to fund this idea, when they can get for being visible, a lot of these narratives will change. Thank you very much.
All right. So your first question again is, how can, students get the visibility they need, from collaboration from agencies in industries? All right, so I think Dr. Okoro will be the best person to answer the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. For you to have access to the industry, number one, you must officially write to them. Like my company, a lot of visits have come from Uniport chapter, have come from the university chapter, have also come from IPS. Okay. So many of them, but you need to write in advance, notifying the company that you want to come on social dates for a visit. And you mentioned the number of people that are coming. But remember, it's a facility. They are going to prepare PPEs for you to be able to go around the facility. So you need to specify the number of people you are coming with and your objective or the goal, what you want to achieve. Some want to just come and interact. Some want to visit the facility and know what is happening. Like for the petroleum engineering students, there are some of them, they talked about well testing, for example, but they haven't seen a separator. They don't know a test separator. They don't know the equipment they use for the job. And they want to have that opportunity of seeing the equipment that they are using for these jobs. So if that is what you want, then we need to make a personnel or an operational guy available who will give you a tour around the facility and give you a brief on each of the equipment and the kind of test you do. Like when IPS, for the 2 occasions they visited my facility, what I do with them is taking them from prospecting for oil to drilling, to processing and refinery, and also show them the equipment and it's something of interest to them. So you need to, the most important thing is that you must inform the company or the organization you want to visit on time, telling them the reason why you are coming, the number of people that are coming. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for.
Moderator, I want to, there's something he said last time to add to that, so we'll fulfill. He talked about what she said, being on your phone, spending time. The ones that are invincible are those ones who doesn't come out public because they don't know how to bring back their content, isn't it? Okay, I want to answer you on that. If you remember when I was talking, I talked about different kind of building that takes time. Now, if I have a vision to build a skyscraper of, for instance, 20-story building, that could be 20 years project. And Mr. B has an idea to build a 10-story building. That could take the person 10 years. And order to a 3-bedroom. Now, the man building 3-bedroom in 2-3 months has fixed the 3-bedroom and everybody sees it and they're happy he has finished. In the next 6 months, the other person has finished a 1-story. The idea moves. The concept to the person that has done, this other person is still working. After 20 years, you won't talk about the man that built 3-bedroom. You are not going to talk about the man that built 1-story building. Am I communicating? So all the focus will be on the man who has spent 20 years to build a skyscraper of 20-story building. And that can last for another 100 years. And the man with 3-bedroom, the man with 5-story is now demolishing to the ground. Now, what am I trying to say? When you have an idea, you guide it so jealously. It takes time and commitment for a good idea to be out there. In a country like ours, sponsorship, a lot of good ideas need capital. So you take your time. And if you want partnership in your idea, you now look for a business, somebody who has an idea of what you are saying to sponsor your idea. It can be hijacked. And when one is hijacked, another one can come in. So you need to take your time to work on yourself, not because somebody somewhere did a TikTok that he has gotten 1 million views and he has made 3 million naira. You want to switch your life to save. In the next 3 months, nobody looks at that TikTok again. So if you have a responsible, wonderful, good idea, continue to build it. The time will come. What she's saying is that you being committed and giving yourself the best. So when you put hard work in whatever you do, the evidence will be shown. Do you understand? So most people who you see later with great ideas, it takes time, not the nonsense. So it's your call to choose how and what you want. Thank you
so much. Let's put your hands together for him. No. Straight to your question, straight to your question, just 1 minute so we can go to the next item.
Okay, good day, everyone. I'm John Progress of the 500 level student of the Department of Chemical and Petrochemical Engineering, University University. Now we're talking about bridging the academic and industrial gap, leveraging on the power of collaboration for easy navigation across disciplines. So, thank God we have a professor here, and my question is directly going to the academic. So, Prof, I want to ask this question that we know that we cannot emphasize the standard that we need fundamentals before we can move to the industry to practice. Now, is there a way that NUC and Current can actually collaborate to actually affect the curriculum, like bringing industrial-based courses into the system, the curriculum, other than having plenty theories and you just graduate and you just go to the industry and look like a dumb person. Meanwhile, you spend 5 years studying. So I want to know if the NUC and the Current, because these are the bodies that are very, very strong in terms of the engineering. So bringing the curriculum and Current working with them, bring up curriculum courses and industrial courses that can actually help graduates while they are studying and after graduating. That's number one. Then number two is that why is it that in Rivers State, particularly like Rivers State, the industries in Rivers State does not even collide with the educational system? Is it that they are afraid that the school system does not teach what they want? So, most schools, they don't have cooperation with industry. There's no school that can boast of, this school, we are cooperating with Total, we are cooperating with LNG, and we can lift our students to this industry without fear and tension of the industrial-based persons. So why is it that these things are so? Thank you.
And the students stop studying in school. Okay. I would allow the prof give an answer to that.
Thank you. You mentioned about Current and the NUC coming together in terms of curriculum. Let me assure you that in every department of, let me say, engineering, let me just say engineering as an example, Current comes to certify that the program you are running is consistent with actual practice. Just like NUC, NSC, and Current, they collaborate because the professional body is actually, that is the regulatory body is Current. Professional one is NSC, while the university is the one that is teaching. But they come to certify. If your department does not meet current requirements, then no, you cannot graduate engineers from that particular department. So it must be certified both by NUC as well as Current. But let me mention that the major problem also has to do with the fact that you may have a good curriculum, but in terms of delivery, it's also very important. That is, are the lecturers themselves able to deliver according to what you want? Then, because many of the lecturers themselves, maybe they went through first degree, master's, PhD, and started teaching with little practical experience. So, like Dr. Koro said, there's even need at even the lecturer level to expose them also, so that when they are teaching the students, they are teaching not just on the theoretical side, but also in terms of practice. Then you also mentioned the issue of industry in Rivers State not accepting students. Let me say that one thing the universities have failed to do is that the industry will not come to the university. The university has to go to industry because they are not going to leave their offices. Their main function is to practice and make profits. So they are not coming to beg you, the university, say, please come, let us look after your students. Please come, let us give you equipment. So there must be a deliberate effort by the university to cultivate industry and then begin to have them as partners. And I always believe that in terms of advisory council of the department, there must be industry people so that when we are reviewing curricula, they will be part of that particular process. Not many universities have done that. So one thing that the universities need to do that must go out. If you look at Uniport, for example, Uniport collaborating with the French school and then sponsored by Total. It can be done. Share is doing that in the University of Benin. They are sponsoring a program there. The University of Benin is teaching, shared providing resources, facilities, among other things. So there must be a deliberate effort. And like Dr. Koro also said, what it means is that you need to have a platform where there's easy interaction in terms of what you do, because the objectives of the two sectors are different. Well, how can we marry these two objectives with the view to letting students getting the best as much as possible? That's very much.
Okay, everyone. My name is Vorisha Matosan Keke. So I graduated from River State University. I studied history and international diplomacy. So this is where my question comes from. I had to graduate first before knowing where, okay, this course I studied, where would I study it? So the question comes in, how can universities help in maybe organizing programs in educating the students? Okay, you are doing this course, this is where you can function when you are done. Because most of us come out of the university very clueless. Then in a way, how do they help in helping to network the students to actually, it boils down to industries too. So I studied history and international diplomacy. Where do I serve? Or what do I do? Some people tell, okay, you need to work at the airport. What positioning? These questions are very important because you go through school and you come out very clueless. So I don't know if they can help us educate people. Okay, this is what you can do if you're studying this particular course, or these are the platforms you can go to know that this is where you can serve, or something you can do to make money for yourself. Thank you.
All right, I think
Okay, let me start by the second part of that guy's question, right? You talked about industries, like not collaborating with schools. I think in River State, most industry, because I work in an industry, they meet resistance if they go to collaborate. In River State in particular, the first thing you hear is matching ground, something like that, before they collaborate with you. So that's why most private firms just decide, okay, they just do their thing. In my industry, we basically recruit a lot of crew members all the time. But if you want to go through community or something like that, there's a lot of resistance. So that's why you see most private industries in River State, they don't bother. Okay, so answering your questions now, most industries, most people, not only industries, most consultants, most business people, there's something they run, career fairs. So, and most organizations like CIP, where I belong, they go to school, secondary school, they talk to young students about shaping their careers. So in Nigeria, we already know that engineering, medicine, which other courses? Engineering, medicine, law is like the three predominant courses in Nigeria that you can study. Like English and history, all those courses. Even human resource, I didn't even know what human resource was when I was in school until I left school. So if organization like is already ongoing, they go to school, talk about careers that you can do other than just engineering and law. Your course now, you can sit down, what are you good at? Because that's why this education is actually the bedrock of anything. It's transforming your mind. People say, oh, education is a scam. I like to tell people that education is not a scam and it can never be a scam. Education helps you transform your mind. You cannot sit down, you want to study, whatever you want to study, you actually have to have an education. So for you now, you are done with school, you have to sit down and ask yourself your interest. What are you interested in? Are you interested, can you manage people? Are you interested in people? Are you interested in data? What are you interested in? And just one of my panelists now, Mr. Chike, he actually like studied a whole lot of things. That means he found himself, he studied something that wasn't what he wanted, but he had to go back to school, study. See, there's no time is too late. If you sit down and know, okay, this path that you chose is not what you wanted, who's stopping you from doing a second degree to actually do what you want? So if you sit down, ask yourself, what do I really want? English and history, is that what it is? Is that what you want to do? You can work, you can actually work in the airport. You can actually work anywhere. The question is that what you want? And that's actually where frustration actually comes from as well. if you go to do what you actually don't want now, you find yourself frustrated in your 9 to 5 because that's not where you want to be. So first of all, define yourself. What do you want and make a decision. Don't just jump into any course. Do you get?
Mr. Chiki wanted to say something.
Okay, please, there is an impression I want to correct you. I want to beg you that. I find it funny when we look at it to be that people that studied engineering, law, medicine are the most favorable courses and all that. That's not correct. In the world we are today, data analysts make more money than lawyers. People are creative. First, of course, as a student, you should first understand what you want. Just like she said, and that's wrong. You graduated, you don't know where you want to work. Let me give an example. I like using myself as an example because of what I've been through, what I have seen. When I did a course in Nigerian Defense Academy, and I had to, I did a course in Nigerian people and culture because I like knowing about my people. I don't want to be misrepresented. I don't want people to call me what I'm not. I want to understand myself. I want to understand where I'm from, my background. And yes, our curriculum has not been what it is. I got to understand different. I got to understand things differently from the way I was seeing it, even when I graduated. So the first thing is you need to identify is the impact you want to in the society, the lives you want to touch, the change you want to make in your environment. Yes, my brothers and sisters did not go to school. I have opportunity to go to school. Not to come back to say I'm the first that graduated. No. You need to come back to say I'm the first that made this thing happen. In this country, by the grace of God, I did a lot of research on something and I found out a lacuna because I always want to be in a sector and an environment where I create job. While I was in school in Uniport, I understood that some people who did not do well, it was not because they don't know anything. Some of them did not have that financial support. Some of them had burdens. Some of our parents has already failed, so the student takes money home, so they are carrying burden even as a student. Are you supposed to do that? The answer is no. So how do you make impact in people's life? So from year one, you should understand that in history and diplomatic study or whatever, how will I impact the society with history and diplomatic study? That's a very big course.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Chiki. We have a lot of questions and I would want us to just touch on each of them. I'll put the ones here and then the final questions from our guests over there. But just to add, everything sells. Look for an audience, look for people who need what you need, who need what you offer, and sell to them. You will sell. All right? Look for the audience that need what you have to offer. Everything sells. Someone woke up one morning and said, I want to sell air. And people laughed at him. And he put it in the cylinder and then he sell it to the hospital. Everything sells, regardless of what you studied in school. Everything sells. All right? The next question from the lady, the gentleman, and then someone wants to ask, make a contribution, and then we'll take some questions here, and then we'll wrap up with this panel session. So quickly, your name and your question.
My name is Faye Moses. I'm a graduate of political science. I studied in Akwa Ibom State University.
All right.
Okay, first I want to ask the professor, please. You made mention when you were talking, you said most of the reasons why it looks like women are not sent out to a particular field is because there are no facilities, and one or two things that may be the reason. You gave us the narrative of how you had to pair with a colleague, a female colleague. And my question is, since this has been seen as a problem, what are the organizations or your organization or any other organization doing about these things to create facilities in order to accommodate females in the field, instead of giving the excuse of that there are no facilities or anything? Because I'm very sure that this is not just about interest. I believe there are so many ladies out there who have interest, so many graduates who are in this field, who want to work in this field. How are they creating, facilities, avenues for these people to really function? Then my second question is, when he was answering the question of this other person, talking about one, taking time to build careers and maybe something you have and you're building it, taking time, So I want to ask, apart from, because not everybody has the ability to, grow a particular dream, a particular idea. Like he said there are some people who know these things, but they are unable to come out. So I want to ask, what are avenues? What avenues are put in place in the system to help these people who have ideas, who have dreams, who want to come out? What are those things put in place to help them? You talked about selection process. For me, I feel like the selection process is not just about the person. I want to also ask, in the secondary school, because for someone to select a particular course to study, I think it starts from the secondary school. What are those measures put in the secondary school to help with students? Because you should know what you want to study, or okay, what's the area you want to specialize on from secondary school. Because for me, it was from my SS1. After my SS1 term, I got to know that I'm not a good science student. So I had to go to the art students, the art area. So I want to ask the measures, and I want to bring this to as an example. Yesterday, I had a neighbor's daughter who brought a form, and the form talks about career counselorship. And in that career counselorship, they had things like the student was meant to choose the area, art, science, and whatever. And in that form, I saw her choose science. And when I saw her choose the science, I asked her, go and bring me your results for last term. She went to the house, she brought me her results. And I got to see that this girl wasn't even good in the science subject.
Okay.
And I began to ask myself, so how is the school going to help this child to know that he or she is not good in this area, and tell the child what area he or she is good at? Okay. So what are the measures put in place in secondary school to help students know where they belong to?
All right.
And
You have another question?
yes.
I'm just making very, very simple.
Okay. Another thing too is the selection process in school. When you talk about JAM, talk about how students, get to do what they want to do and what they don't want to do. I want to ask, are there measures that are used or metrics used to ensure that the students who are in school are actually there because they merit it? Because we all know that sometimes some students in school are not there because they had the cutoff mark. Some of them, they were there because they know somebody inside that could work out things for them. So what are the measures put in place to ensure, the metrics put in place to ensure that the right students are there because they merit, they have the cutoff mark? Because it's not about going to school. You see some people in school, you begin to wonder, how did this one came into school? They can't even write their names, they can't even do anything. You begin to wonder and you look at yourself, who is good? You are not even able to get in there. So what are those measures put in place to ensure that the right candidates are there at the right time and for the right reasons? Thank you.
I think you're an activist. Are you an activist?
Thank you very much. There are a lot of areas that she has talked about that needs to be properly analyzed, and someone needs to go back home with understanding. Now, first, you talked about let me pick from the last one. You said some people who, maybe there are people who use money, or let's just hit the nail on the head, connection, and they get into school. Rather than you who studied better and you could not have access or get the required. So if you see such persons, naturally you will know. The end justifies the means for such persons. That's one. Two, one of the problems we have in this country is policy implementation. We can talk from now till tomorrow, and the policies are not properly implemented on your own. Three, we talked about the other guy and the support system and all that. Let me give you an example. It is not everybody that will be a lead pastor in the church or the lead imam. Some people are naturally wired to be an assistant. And when they assume to go off the track of what God has destined them to, they will fail. So some people are naturally a support base. Then he talked about other things we talked about are running on policies. If government implement policies, we have a lot of policies. The problem is the willpower to implement them. So when they are implemented and not being political, you get the best. So I think that's that. I don't know if Prof wants to add anything to that.
Dr. Okoro, answer.
Okay. She directed the question to me, making accommodation or facility available for lady engineers offshore. I want to tell you that we at the business end, we work for clients. So the clients have those facilities. There's nothing we can do about it. They want us to come and do the job. And if we don't have people who go, they'll give it to some other people. I remember that these facilities is not what you just prefer. Take, for example, an FPSO. When we were designing that FPSO, they designed it for so much man capacity. And it's not just what they can just go and begin to modify. Or someone that takes this time to build the process facility in this one. They have already made up maybe 45 men accommodation. So we cannot tell them to do all this. That is one. But do you know what I want to tell you? It's not only that I have the challenge of seeing students who cannot write their names. We in the industry, we have that challenge more than you. But 5 years ago, I want to employ an admin, and a lawyer came to my office. She was introduced to me by her sister. And after talking to her, I said, okay, can you go to the reception and write application? For more than 1 hour, I was waiting for application. And by the time she came back in an hour and a half time, she was shaking. I look at the application, there's nothing to talk about. So I just kept the application and said, okay, you come back next week. And I still employed her. And she was the one broadcasting within the office that, I want to thank Oga for giving me opportunity to, if it's even my application, I failed. Because I could not even write my application, I was shaking. Okay, so we have these challenges. And today, even the Shell internship program I told you, we have students who cannot write their names. And they're imposed on the committee that you must take these people. So what do? Especially when you want to balance, when you want to use quota, you must take so number of people from this quota, you must take this from this quota, and must take this from here. So you have no choice than to make sure you meet up those numbers of people for you to get your quota. But the good news I have for you, all of you in this room, is that no matter the course you have read in school, you can do what we call a career change. Career change is very, very possible. In the Well Services Training Academy, I've trained people who read history. I've trained people who did not go to university. I've trained people who are secondary school dropouts. And I tell you today, they are working internationally connected donors. That's what I can tell you. And when I look at the curriculum in the university, I was able to package program for 2 weeks that can make people to change their career and become employable in the oil and gas industry. So what I want to tell you is it depends on you for you to really know what you want in life. If you know that what I'm choosing, what I've done for the past 5 years is not doing me any good, I want to change my career. I want to tell you there's a room for you to change your career at any time. Thank you.
Let's put your hands together for that. Thank you very much, sir. Just the last question from the audience, and then we will read the ones the ushers gave to us. Then one contribution.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Silonia Existing Protocol. My name is Ada Isaiah Chibi, a student of Petroleum Engineering, Reno State University. As we all know, we are in the 21st century, and creativity and technological advancement is on the increase. Now, everybody here is centered on now. Nobody's talking about the future. Currently now, they are upgrading on AI. And I believe if in the future, in 10 to 15 years, this AI is implemented, then human effort and manpower will be on the decline. What do you want to say about this? My second question is going to Dr. Okoro.
Sorry, the first question, in what aspect, industrial or academic?
Both academic and industrial.
Okay.
My second question is going to Dr. Okoro. It goes this way. What emerging technologies and industrial trends do you believe will be most significant in our operations in the next 10 to 15 years? And how do we prepare for them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Prof starts, and then
you talked about AI. There's no way that AI will completely replace the human being. That's one thing you have to know. There's artificial intelligence, and there are those who write those programs for the AI to perform. So what it means is that you as an individual must continue to upgrade yourself. That is, you go from the analog to the digital, and then begin to know that in future, there are certain things that artificial intelligence will not be able to handle. So the problem there is that we must have continuous learning. That is, as you leave school, it's not just what you learn in school. You must continue to educate yourself in order to improve and be where you need to be. Knowing that in future 10, 15 years from now, you're going to have AI pervading almost every aspect of our lives. You have now currently where they have what they call driverless cars, meaning the car will drive, there will be no driver in it, but the car will is programmed to go from one point to another. Maybe in future, you have an aircraft flying without a pilot. That will come into play. But somebody will be behind who is there, making sure that the automation process is actually taking place. So it is continuous education, continuous learning, and continuous adaptation to fit into what that needs to be. So that is very important. Don't be static. You've learned something in school, but upscale yourself to the next level, and then know that's where you want to be. Then let me also quickly mention that in the industry, there's what we refer to as diversity and inclusion. There's a deliberate effort to make sure that women come into the industry. And what we try to do is to ensure that we adapt so that they have a place to be at the table. When we are recruiting in the industry, if we're going to recruit 4 people, there is a procedure that a particular percentage of that number must be ladies on that particular panel. Because we have found that in the industry, as in every part of life, women bring a special thing to the table in terms of the contribution. When they are in the boardroom, when they are in design stage, they have a lot of role to play. So in the industry, deliberately, at both international and local levels of engineering, particularly petroleum, we have recognized the importance of these ladies, and there's a deliberate effort that they must be part of any selection. So if you go for an interview and there are 4 of you, and they need 4 people or 5 people, and there are 4 men, know that out of those people that are there, if there's only a single lady, even if she scores about 30% of the score, we must be employed. in terms of that. So there must be a place for that woman. All I'm saying is that we are not saying women should be at a lower level, but we know that they bring a special thing to the table in terms of contribution, in terms of the industry.
Women, can you put your hands together for yourselves? All right, so I'll ask these questions and we'll share it across the panelists here. Let me start with the first one. The first says, what are your thoughts on the cause, or what are your thoughts on the cause estate management? Do you believe it's a waste of time? Because I get a lot of discouragement. Would you say it's a low-hanging field of study and less applicable? Who would be in the best position to answer?
Well, let me just say that for me, I'm surprised that somebody in real estate management is talking about this, because the real estate sector is actually a human sector everywhere. So I'm surprised that you're actually talking about this. In fact, what you need to do is to tap into this. Most of the biggest billionaires in the world actually are real estate people. If you look at Donald Trump in the US, most of his money is from real estate. So please, the issue has to be that you yourself, you have to tap into it. And one of the things people advise you is that if you want to make investments, one of the investments you need to do is to invest in real estate. So there's opportunity in that particular place. And let me add that there's no profession in which there's no entrepreneurship. You know, there's nothing that you study. Even all you have done is to learn how to clean this hall. There is issue of making profit from doing that. What you want to do is that I'm a sweeper of this classroom, or this room where we are. Can I be the best sweeper as much as possible? You want to be the best in your field, because what people are looking for is excellence. I want 3 or 4 cooks to cook for me. I want the one that cooks best among them. Out of these 3, which one does better? So if you want to hire, make sure that you put yourself at the point where professionally and in terms of proficiency and excellence, you can deliver benefits to the owner of that particular asset. So please don't look down on any profession, either drawing, whatever you feel that you are studying, make sure that you look at the benefit from it. And one thing that our colleagues should do is that when you are teaching a course, you must let the students know the value and the money-making segment of it. Because our young people these days, all they are looking at is how much money is coming to my pocket. They want to know what that value is. So the professor or the lecturer should let the student know that even if you studied whatever course at all, let me take a course like Bible study. You can see what is happening to the pastors and so on. You can decide that, look, I want to be the one now marketing all the sermons or whatever they are doing. You can be the one providing support for those particular areas. So there's no learning, no course that you do where there's no benefit in that particular course. It's for you to identify it. Thank you.
I think you touched 2 questions there. This question says, how do you think I can balance my academic work at the same time? Because I feel, how do you think I can balance my academics and work at the same time? Because I feel that the work I am doing takes a lot of my time, to the extent that I don't have the chance to go to class sometimes, all in the name of getting some money to meet up my daily needs. I think, yes, Mrs. Maxwell, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I would liken that question to me being married with 4 kids, and I had to do my master's. I'm not working under anyone, but I still have my business to do. So with family, now family is here, kids, husband, kids, business, and school. And I can tell you how I was able to do it. Everything you want to do in life starts with planning. Like they'll always say, when you fail to plan, you have planned to fail. You should know how many hours in a day that your job or your business takes from you. And you should know what time your academics also demands from you. Now, if you're able to understand these things, you'll be able to apply, properly, be able to manage it properly. You are the one that chose to go to school. I actually don't know what you did first, if you started schooling first and you went into business, or you started working, or if you started working first and you went to school. But I want to answer it from this perspective. Maybe you are working and you now got a job just like myself. In that case, you should have known that this is how far your job how much your job demands from you. Job does not, you're not working throughout, for instance, your job should be like 8 to 4 or 8 to 5. So between 5 and 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. in the morning, what do you do? So if that be the case, you have to make use of your nights. You have to deny yourself some sleep. You have to sacrifice your time, because believe you me, it is not easy. And you should not be expecting it to be easy. The lecturers are they are going hard on you. They don't even know if you're working or not. They already see you as a student, and you have to do everything that is demanded of you to come out successfully in academics. So for me, you need to strike a balance. Try as much as possible to put in extra time. You have to do it. Put in that extra time. Learning is not easy. In fact, it's painful to learn. So you have to put in that pain. It's better than the pain life throws at you. It's better you put in that pain, get it done, than the pain life throws at you. So see it as something you need to do and you have to do for you to get what you have to get. Thank you.
Let's put your hands together for help. The final question. The other is just an inquiry. This one says, can you share examples of successful collaborations between academia and industry in your field? And what are the key factors that contributed to their successes? How can we replicate these successful models and adapt them to our context? The second question is, what role can mentorship and networking play in fostering cross-disciplinary collaboration? Third is, what specific strategies or tools can we use to foster effective collaboration between academia and industry? I think Prof will just do justice to that.
Well, let me just say that there are good examples of this collaboration. I mentioned the one of IPS Uniport. I mentioned the one of Unipen, where Shell is the one driving that process. So there's collaboration taking place in those particular fields. So they are perfect examples. But there must be some initiative coming from the university. Like I said, industry is not going to come to you. You must go to the industry. Because, you know, in terms of the objective, they have a lot to do in the office. They will not be going from school to school and say, please come and partner with us. You need to go out to be able to meet them. So these examples exist in this country. And that's what they refer to as triple helix. Let me mention that in China, for example, where China is today, part of it is based on triple helix. There's what they call Made in China Initiative 2025. And they started that program with a view to ensuring that at a particular point in 2025, China is going to dominate almost the whole world in terms of things that are delivering. Look at this room, for example, where we are. Let everybody look at himself. There will be something on you that you are wearing that is made from China. Just look at yourself from head to toe. Everybody, is there something on you that is not from China? At least there's something from China on you. Can you confirm that? And that's it. That means
Your
for
phone,
that,
for example.
yes, your phone, your whatever, most of the things you are wearing, even some of your shoes you are wearing, some things that you have in your hand, the barrel you are using, none of them will come from China. That means whether you like it or not, you are contributing to the progress of China and creating jobs for the Chinese. Can we, Nigeria, also begin to look at that direction? How can we use this now to look at triple helix to drive progress in our country? This is what we need to do. So that collaboration exists. We need to look at it. Bring all these three people together with a view to ensuring that there's a platform where we can meet. They don't work in silos. That is each one on his own. All of them must come together for national development. And that's where government organizations come in. NCDMD, ETF, PTDF, and the rest of them. That is where they come in. But like I said, there must be people who are going to drive this process at the state level. Looking at River State, for example, I don't see that example. I can see something at the national level. But in River State, I'm not too sure. You have such a platform. I can be wrong, but if somebody may know. But I don't see that platform. At any other state level, I don't see that platform. So we need to create that platform. I wish the commissioner was here so that I can speak to the governor for them to know I must create that platform so that there will be a place where industry, academia are going to meet with a view to enhancing the progress of the students who are children of Rivers State.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's for mentorship. I think
Let me just also have a mentorship.
yes.
Now, we have a program for mentorship, Society of Petroleum Engineers, whereby we have those who have been in we even have platforms where you can go to. There's what we refer to areas where we say, where you have areas of your knowledge. When you put certain things on certain platforms, immediately in the next 1 or 2 hours or less, somebody will respond to you. Just on that platform, we have mentorship, whereby you are tied to certain people in your profession who you can reach out to at all times. You can reach out to them for knowledge. You can reach out to them for advice on career. You can reach out to them even if you have personal problems relating to you in terms of family, amongst other things. They tend to guide you, and then you look up to them as people who are role models. You can look up to in terms of industry. And we have that in engineering.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so we just have one contribution, but I would like to just this question is directed to Dr. Okoro. It says, please, can we get your official email address to send our ideas, events, and programs? Are we paid for that? Is that paid for?
You can go to the stand there, you get whatever thing you want to get. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any information about it, we can go there and get. One quick contribution from someone. He indicated that he wanted to say something. Just 30 seconds. Mr. Abia.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists. My name is Abia Imo David. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. Born and brought up in Port Harcourt. Only went to University of Calabar. I studied applied chemistry. Growing up as a child, I have 30 seconds already. I've always admired one doctor that had a hospital, that had Flatwood Mercedes-Benz. Then I wanted to be a medical doctor. My first wife, mathematics was P. So the JAM was okay. The second attempt, JAM wasn't okay. Then I got this thing. That was what took me to applied chemistry, where I finished from University of Calabar. And I applied chemist by training. Finishing school now, what do I want? I want to be an environmental chemist. Probably, I stay in Rumasi. I'm good enough to be an indigenous of Rumasi. Share is just in my backyard there. I had a job of 5,000 naira when I just graduated to go and supervise job for somebody's that shell. I saw a newspaper publication, somebody gave me a publication. Can you help me fill this, my brother? What was the publication? Shell wants to do a program called the Shell Livewire program for young persons in the Niger Delta who are interested or are already doing business. I feel for the guy, I feel for myself. That is the story of my life. I'm saying this to the lady that asked a question that she's studying history and international relations. Where can she work? The message is that rather than look for a job, create one for yourself and create for others. As I'm talking to you, I'm not pussy, I'm not whining you. This camera is mine. The organization covering this event is mine. I'm the head of the international company, a media contractor to SPDC. I do production independent services, equipment fabrication. This is come when it comes. I do supplies of sardine, water to companies. There is nothing. I cook. We cook. I have people that cook for events in case you want to do. I go to cover weddings by myself. I have staff. As I'm talking to you, there are people in the various shell field where they are trying to fix pipelines that have been vandalized and stuff. That doesn't make me a less person. I finished from a secondary school where all in that secondary school in Akwa Ibom, we're all boarding students, one of the best. I have my coursemate, my classmates there that I reach out to that are the same doctors now. UPTH, University of Teaching Hospital, will still relate. Okay. Are they better than me? Have they done more than I'm doing? Right. I think no. Success depends on how you measure it. But then don't go to school with the idea that when I come out, I want to work in so and so. So there's nothing wrong with that. But have that mindset that you can actually create job for yourself and you also create for others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together. Okay. And for our amazing panelists, it's been a very wonderful time. How many of you enjoyed yourself, with the conversations? Thank you very much. Like he said, feel free to reach out to them, ask questions. if you can, have their access to contacts or emails, you can do that so that you can have, follow-up conversations from what they had today. We'll proceed. DJ, can you just help us with something subtle? We'll proceed to having a group photograph of the panelists and then go for a very short break and then come back with the other conversations and of course the other panel conversations for today. Stay tuned, it's still the Garden City Career Summit 2024. My name is Dave Roberts. It's been a pleasure hosting this panel session today. Let's put your hands together for this.
No, no snapping. Remove them so that picture will be okay.
Please, Dr. George, can you kindly join us on stage? Need you please help us with something, George?
Please, can the course facilitator join us on stage, please? Our short course facilitators. Chisom is here, Damiti is here. And can Comrade Meka, whatever is on stage too. Maxi, please, can you? Maxi came very early. He's one of the panelists for the second panel section. Thank you. So after this, we'll just have most of the participants just line up here so they can probably join the picture too. Thank you. Please, can we all come and join? Just sign up there, please. For content. Everybody knows. Thank you. Let's just come forward for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Make sure you're with Okay, thank you, everybody. Can we settle down? The panelists will leave the stage now. We'll go live, so you can just sit down and settle. For the HR, you can actually have in 10 minutes. We don't settle down. We have two HR messages there. With the others, I'm not sure.
I will do. Now, I'm gonna have this year of my life.
Well done. Yes, I didn't see you. Henry, how are you? It looks so good. I like it. It looks so nice. Abia.
Yang biasa kita bakar, kita bakar, selecek lebih kerja. Every sound of the street, I love you. Yeah, See my shoulder, make you stop on me. You know I got you. You need me off from the deep. Money don't show. I don't need some time. No goes on. I get nothing but sometimes it happens. Sometimes we chasing my friends and click. When I call them, I all pulling up. Struck up with the guns and the swear. Everything's been help to anybody will try this. I'm your dad, I'm your uncle, I'm your boss. I need your hand, nobody call me Jen. When I see you, stay with me, them up, put in love, they could never tell me.
I'm on my way to my best show. It's quite for life, get them know. The serious way to worry my soul. Let me stop for back to doctor. Every day we do when I'm on tour. It's supposed to know everything but I'm not getting out my love enough. Feel like don't feel on my way out. Love, anytime we say back. Depend them outside, we know the ass. We know the boss, we know the ass. When we see the mula, we don't spray up. I'll take my God out there. Oh, I had a damn she want you. I'm a fucking bad. Nobody that shit to me. Look at it. Shopping, I see baby girl. I said, Bendy, but it's you feel send me go love this like that. Keep me shanty, no. They can't level on me. Nobody just want me. Nobody push your because I like you. Oh, fine girls, they should know I'm stressed out. Fine, this is God, but I need your attention. Nothing is special. I don't get you even joy. I know when you guys doing them, don't you be like oh, but I get
Start the HR session. Everyone needs to come back inside and take your time. Hello, everyone outside, please let's go back inside and take our seats. We're about to start the HR session. We'll be discussing job application tips, CV reviews, and the likes. Please let's go back inside and take our seats. There's still enough time to take pictures. After, please let's go back inside and take our seats.
All right, everyone, please can we get done with the pictures and comments so we can begin the next segment for this event? It's the HR session. And we'll be having special guests to handle that particular segment of conversations. Mr. Carrington is going to be here, and also Ms. Jane Maxwell for the HR sections. So please come in if you want to be an HR professional, you want to get into the HR space. This is your moment. Thank you very much. Can we get done with the pictures? Can we get done with the pictures? All right, without wasting much time, let's make welcome our first speaker. Let's welcome our speakers. Let's welcome our speakers, Ms. Jane Maxwell and Mrs. Jane Maxwell and Ms. Security for the HR conversations. Like I said, ask your questions, interact with them. Everything concerning HR, you've been saying you want to be an HR expert. You're preparing now what HR, they are going to break down what HR means, and they will teach you on becoming that HR expert you want to become. So with a round of applause, let's welcome Mrs. Jane Maxwell. Thank you very much.
DJ YK Mule.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to believe you've been having amazing sections since you came. Are we together here? Are we together? Okay. I'm Jane Maxwell, and this afternoon I'm going to be having this section with my friend. I want to believe that within this short time we have, knowledge is going to be passed and impact is going to be made. Is anyone here that needs a job? So that we know the audience we are talking to, if they really need what we want to see. Is there anyone here that is currently, that needs a job? I want to offer you a job opportunity. You need a job? Okay. Who else? All right. Some of us here are undergraduates. Is anyone that's like you're just graduating from youth service today, you want to get a job tomorrow? Now, the question I want to ask you, you're going to answer this question immediately, but I don't want to hear it. Answer it in your mind. Why do you want the job? Why do you need the job? Why do you want this job now? Why the job? Now, if you ask yourself this question, what do you actually answer? I can tell you your answer right now. Because I need money. Did I get your answer? I didn't get it. You're not being sincere. The major reason why you want that job is because you need money to pay your bills. You need money to take care of your expenses. And besides, they told you that, your parents told you that you should go to school, you should graduate, get a job, and earn a living. For the guys, the moment you start working now, the next thing that comes to your mind is getting married. Then start having your own family. It's just a circle of life, and it continues like that. But I want to disabuse your mind this afternoon that if that is your main reason why you want to get a job, you're going to be getting it all wrong. Because the essence why that director or the owner of the organization wants you into his company is because he wants you to solve a problem. So you must have this problem-solving mindset if you have to get a job. People have gotten jobs for different reasons. And that is why they are not stable, they are not consistent. Between January and now, some persons have worked in 5 different places. And do you think the problem is the owner of the companies? No. The problem is you. And you keep flimsy reasons why this place didn't work out for you. You apply again and get in another place. So if you get a job for the wrong reasons, it's possible that you won't last. You will not be consistent. You might even be a problem. You might, instead of solving the problem in the organization, you're going to cause problem in the organization. And one thing you need to be careful about is working and causing problem in an organization. Some persons feel it's not important, it's not relevant. For some good companies, you can't just go. They will go and find out why you left your former company. And if the report is not nice, you're not going to get a new job. So you have to be mindful what you even do in the company where you already work. Now, I said something when we were having a panelist section that people get a job out of desperation. You're so desperate. You have applied for a particular job and it's not coming forth, and that's actually what you want. But because it's not coming, you have to just, give in for another job that you don't really want. And because you're not getting that satisfaction, you're getting frustrated and you're transferring the frustration in the company, to the company, and the company is suffering. So if your main objective is because I have a problem, a choking problem, I want to solve a problem, that is why you're working. There are certain things you will not benefit from that company. Now, you need to understand that making money, while you're making money, whatever you are doing to make money should be able to improve your personality. If what you are doing to make money is not creating a better version of you, then you are really not making money. Reason being that money will come and go, but who you have become remains. I don't know if I'm making sense. So one major reason why you should look out for a job is because you want to solve a problem. That's one. Two is that you want to improve yourself. The working environment is a platform, I keep telling you. Just like the school environment is a platform for you to discover yourself, for you to develop yourself, for you to build network. Somebody was talking about network. How can I have this idea, my friends have this idea, but nobody to help us. You have not really harnessed your network. You are all friends that have different ideas, but you have not been able to bring the different ideas together. When you bring those different ideas together, that is what we really call collaboration. So collaboration is not just what the government is doing or what the private sector is doing to connect with the academic sector, to collaborate, to help us. No, it is not just that. Even among you students, you can create collaboration. If you find yourself in a working environment, you create collaboration. If you find yourself in an organization, if there is no collaboration between you, your unit and the other units, that organization can't succeed. So collaboration begins with you being collaborative. Just like someone that wants to be a friend, you must first be friendly. So collaboration begins with you being collaborative in nature. But unfortunately, because of our background, some persons are coming from polygamous background, some persons are coming from suspicious background, and then you grow up with this suspicious attitude that makes it difficult for you to associate. Some persons are coming from a reserved background. Because of your temperament, this is your nature, and then it begins to affect the way you communicate and the way you interact with other people. So your personality is very important. So while you are in that organization, why you need the job, I'm still talking about why. Because when the why factor is known, the end factor becomes very easy to attain. Yeah. So why do you really need a job? Because of all these things you have gone through growing up that has affected your personality negatively, you see the job environment or the organization as a platform for you to build yourself. It's not a place where you not carry your bad character. I know the people here don't have. It's not a place where you carry your bad character and go. Some persons have small picking habits. I know what I'm saying. I have one. Rock Point Studio is my company. Yeah. So I know what I'm saying. I've interviewed a lot. Some come so nice for the interview, and at the end of the day, after like 2 weeks, after like 1 month, some can be so nice and pretentious enough to stay for at least 3 months. And the next thing you begin to see display of attitudes. So I'm telling you that the second reason after problem solving should be a platform for me to amend, build. Because now you are under a boss. When you were a student, nobody was bossing you. You left your parents, you went to school, and now you are now under a boss. It's not your father, it's not your mother that you're familiar with, that you should talk to anyhow. Now you have someone, a stranger. Now you have to be what? Submissive. You start learning how to be submissive. So if you come from a home where you talk to your parents anyhow, now you are in an organization where you need to what? Be respectful and submissive. But you see that some people will take that character into the organization and talk to the people ahead of them anyhow. So it is a platform for personal development. It's a platform for you to discover other skills. It's a platform for you to begin to discover other things you didn't know how to do. You begin to find yourself doing them outside character. You need to also understand that when you work in an organization, there is a character that organization has that you must wear. Just like someone that is acting a movie. If you're naturally a quiet person, naturally a reserved person, and they give you scripts to play a role where you need to quarrel with your neighbor, we that are watching it shouldn't see that quiet nature in you in that quarrel. We should see a real street aguero in you
while you are quarreling with your neighbor. I don't know if I'm making sense. Then the next thing that should now follow should become, the essence is what? To what? Gain financial independence and then financial stability. That is now, it is not the major focus, remember. It is not coming at the top. Because no, whether you like it or not, as long as you're working in a company, they must pay you at the end of the month. Hello. Whether you want the money or you don't want the money. At the end of the month, you will be paid your salary. Am I making sense? But that should not be the major focus. So that now becomes the third reason. It enables you to become financially independent. No more urgent 2K. So you have now money to even give other people urgent 2K. I don't know if I'm making sense. Now, this particular section is to help you define your why you really need a job and to ensure that you're not going to apply for a job for a wrong reason. And therefore, if you want to apply, there are certain things you should know. And one of the things you should know is that you should understand the job market. For instance, you want to go and apply as a secretary in a studio. I always use studio. You want to apply as a secretary in a studio. First of all, you need to understand that it's a photo studio. I need to know what photo studio does. Hello? Knowing how technology has advanced, you should know that almost everybody's business is on social media. So in as much as you're going to become a secretary as someone that has flesh and blood, you're going to be a secretary in a physical building. You should also know that you will play a secretary role even in the online space. I don't know if I'm making sense. So when you go there, they'll also give you the office phone that has the online space. Naturally, for companies that are really expanded, they will have a social media manager. But if you are to apply in my organization, and I say it's vacancy for secretary, I will put requirements, and one of the requirements is that you must be social media friendly. Hello. So I cannot employ someone that doesn't know how to navigate the social media space to be my secretary when I have a photo studio. So there are little skills that you have to learn, for you to be able to do that. Am I making sense? You must understand your job roles. You must have knowledge of your job roles. I don't want to go further. I will leave this space for my friend. She's going to come up here and teach you other necessary things you need to know while applying for a job or while preparing for a job interview. Please put your hands together as I make welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you guys you're having a lovely time here. Yes, we are. Okay, so my colleague, let's call her my professional colleague. She talked about you want to get a job. I'm going to talk about how to get a job, how to tailor yourself, how to position yourself, the requirements, the things you need to do to get yourself a job. So first of all, I don't know if you have people who are actually jam by waiting to enter university. Is there anyone like that? Are there people like that? So we are all undergraduates, right? We have graduates as well. Yes. We have graduates here, right? Do you have a CV? Who is the graduate among us? Who is a graduate? Do you have a CV? Yes. Okay. Do you have your documents saved in your drive? Or your document? Okay, so actually, if you are an undergraduate, the first thing you need to do when you get back to the house, get your documents, your credentials, your state of origin, your birth certificate, your faithful living certificate, your WAEC result, scan it and save it on your drive. You have to have an email address. So your email address doesn't have to be sexy baby diva. No, your email address should be your first name and your last name. Maybe Blessing Monday, Rose Stanley @gmail@yahoo.com. That's the first thing you need to have. You don't have to wait till you're a graduate before you structure yourself for the labor market. So you save your document. What I'm saying, saving your document on the drive. I've had a practical case of how someone went for an interview with all the original certificate and she was robbed. Imagine in Nigeria that some certificates you can't get twice. You can't get your WAEC twice. You can't get your BSc certificate twice. They will give you there's something they write. So if you have your document, luckily for her, she had her document saved on her drive. So at least you could get a police report back your printed, document that you save in your drive. So start from now, save your document in your drive. So that by the time anywhere you go, you don't have to carry up your documents along. So you just open your drive, bring out your document, print it out and give it to whoever wants you to use that document. Another thing is writing your CV. I don't know if this go around. Some persons, when they're applying for a job, they just scatter. They're not organized. So organizational skill, you don't even have to wait to work in an organization to have an organizational skill. How you organize yourself in your house speaks volume of how much of organizational skills you have. So your CV, you have to organize it in such a way that anybody looking at it will know, okay, this person, I'm applying for the role of a secretary. So after your name, the second thing that should come, your gender, the job role. Are you applying to maybe a customer service representative? It should be boldly written on your CV. So anybody looking through your CV already knows the kind of job that you're applying for. And then followed by, you don't have to put out your address for private reasons, for security reasons. You don't put out your living address in your CV. If you qualify for that job, during the interview process, when they require those information, they will ask of it and you give it to them. So you don't put your address at first instance. Just put the location, maybe Port Harcourt, Nigeria, or Nigeria. That is enough. You put a working phone number. Some persons submit CV that you call them from now to December, their number is not going through, and they're looking for a job. So make sure you put in a working phone number. If you update your phone number, update it on your CV. Update your CV at every point in time. And also your Gmails. So if you are looking for a job, you should be checking your mails. That's if you actually applied online. And the next thing you should have is your summary. So, okay, I'm a customer service representative. I have over 3 years of experience in social and social working in social and social industry. That should be your personal or a professional summary. And then your skill set. She talked about skill set. We are young people now, like everybody should be tech savvy. You should be able to operate a computer. In your holidays, you should take up a course. I know, okay, some persons may not have money, but you could just attach yourself to a cyber cafe, even if you are doing it for free, but you are getting a skill that you need. Because in today's world, any organization you get into, you actually have to have an idea about technology. You have to operate a computer. So your skill, what are your skill sets? I talked about having organizational skills. You don't have to wait to. Some persons even put skills. They don't even know the meaning of the skills. If I ask someone what it means to have an organizational skills, I'm sure before I mention, some persons will not know. So the skills they are putting that you have, go and research about those skills. What does it mean to have organizational skills? What does it mean to have time management? It just means, okay, they said this event is by 10 o'clock. You were here by maybe 9:45. You have a time management skill. You can manage your time. They gave you a slot 2 hours. You use 2 hours, you present whatever you want to present, and you have a time management skill. You are organized. Dressing up, coming here, wearing your clothes, that makes you an organized person. So you have that skill. Any skill they are listing, you say, okay, you have maybe you have a play for numbers, data analyst skill, and you have an Excel. Some people put that they have an Excel skill, they have Microsoft Word skill, and they will give them a computer to type. They can't even type. from that career field. So let me just pass this around. When you guys are done, just take it back with me. Just look around and check. So that is that. So when you apply for the job, next thing is that you wait for a feedback. Fortunately, you may get a feedback or you may not get it. It's not all the job you apply for that you are going to get it. Some job application is a learning environment for you. So don't go and give yourself high blood pressure that, oh, you did not get this job. See it as a learning experience. You did this job, you did your own, and then you just leave the rest. So long as you've done your due diligence, just leave the rest. So at every point in time, upskill yourself with relevant skills you need, relevant knowledge, get to in your field. Who do you admire? Who do you look up to? See how you can get close to those people on LinkedIn. Another thing, you are looking for a job, you don't know what LinkedIn is about. There are a lot of people here that don't even know what LinkedIn is about. LinkedIn is actually is a site, right? That professional site for if you are looking for a job or to meet, if you are looking to meet other professionals, you should be on LinkedIn. Structure yourself, structure your LinkedIn bio in a sense that if someone should see it, they are interested in knowing more about it. So LinkedIn is just an online CV. Let me just say that. So you have to be on LinkedIn if you're actually looking for a job as well. So that will be all for this section. If you have any questions at all, or if you need help CV writing, just reach out to Diana Bassett Edo on LinkedIn. I could help look at your CV. If it is not well enough, I could rewrite it for you. Not for nothing. I just do that to help you. Thank you very much.
Okay, please, if you have your question, you can send it down. If you want to ask orally, you can do that too.
Okay, yes, Emma. Please, I'd like to ask, when, okay, for example, now, I'm a UI UX designer and I'm an engineering student or an engineer. So when preparing my CV and I'm putting my educational background for a UI UX job that is not in an engineering firm, is it relevant to put my degree in engineering as my educational background? Because they said recruiters like employing people with a first degree. Yes, they prefer employing people with a first degree, even if it is not relevant to that field.
Okay, first of all, you have to put your first degree in your CV. So now, if you are applying for a job as a UI designer, what they are going to be looking out for is, do you have the certificate for that UI design? There's a certification for that, right? Do you have the certificate? Do you have the experience? Even if you don't have the experience, have you done projects? Put those projects out in your CV. Don't take out your BSc. First of all, they won't employ because they're not a graduate, so they need to know you're a graduate, no matter the discipline. What is more important is that your UI certification.
Good day, everyone. My name is Manuel Fibon, final student of marine engineering and architecture. First of all, I want to thank you for the wonderful experience you've shared with us. And the question is concerning CV. And does the number of pages really matter? Number of CV pages.
Yes, it matters. So now you're a young graduate, right? You're just finishing school and you're submitting 10 pages of CV. What exactly are you writing inside that CV? I have like 8 years of experience. My CV is just 3 pages. That's actually my CV I'm passing around. It's just 3 pages. So there's so many things people don't want to see. We have you have hundreds of candidates to interview, and then I'll spend all the time looking at 10 pages. So just get straight to the point. Like if you look at that CV, I broke it down. Get straight to the point, your experience, and then again, what job role are you applying for? So if I'm applying for a secretary, right, for example, or maybe I'm applying for human resource personnel, and I'm gonna put job experience that I was a cleaner, how does it correspond with the job I'm applying for? It does not. So with regards to the job role you're applying for, put relevant, if you even see job advert, they have relevant experience. So put relevant experience, leave all other experience that was not relevant to that job role. Basically, that's what makes CV pages voluminous.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vincent Emmanuel Devi. I'm a finalist, chemical/petrochemical engineering, Rivers State University. I have this question, and I've actually had this question for a very long time. The question is, most jobs require at least minimum of 3 to 4 years working experience before they can employ you. But we have young graduates coming out of school, and they want to apply for most of these jobs. Of course, it is obvious you are not qualified because you don't have the minimum required working experience in years. So the question is, how do we go about that? Is it that we look for other jobs first, or we manipulate our CV?
So basically, that's basically what our topic is about today, bridging the gap. So if you're an engineering student, I know engineering students do IT. Today, do you guys do IT? Yes. Yeah, but unfortunately, some people don't even do IT in an engineering field. So your IT, you should take your IT very seriously because that's the first experience you are going to be in. Right? So now, if they're asking for, if a job say 5 years experience, just don't bother applying. And people just apply, okay, let me be applying. It's too fly. If they need 0 to 3 years experience, you can apply because those people, they want to train, right? They want to train people. So now, another thing that helps, like I said, certification helps a lot. If you are getting into a professional field, look at the relevant certification that is needed. So now you may not have experience in my company. You may not have the experience, but you have the certification. They will give you a chance. And if you're graduating and you finish with 2-1, just log into sundryfoods.com or sundrymarket.com and apply. There are jobs available, but we have limited skills. And if you are awaiting university, you are a jam bite, and you want to do little thing before you enter school, you can walk into the Kilimanjaro at Tajik Junction, drop your CV that they recruit every time. But sometimes people, I think the least payment is like 4K, but some people don't even want to work because of the stress. Some people, they want to work. When they see it work, they shy away from it because that is to tell you that they actually don't want to work. They want people to pay them for free. She has talked about employing secretaries, and before you know, 3 months, 1 week, they steal your aptitude. Basically, apart from writing your CV, I hope you know what is also needed is the KSA. Your knowledge, your skills, and your aptitude. Very important. What is your aptitude on the job? You go and insult your boss, you go home. You go and steal, you go back to your mother's house. So your aptitude, having the right attitude actually keeps you on the job when you finally get that job. I've answered your question, right?
Just to add to that, there are some, they talk about experience. Now, there are some opportunities you can have, like you can volunteer. You can create an internship program for yourself. It must not be, apart from the one the school gives to you, you have graduated now, and your school, like for my profession, medical lab science, you must do a 1-year internship. You are paid for it, like it's as if you're even working. Even the same thing with medical profession. So what am I trying to say? Outside that, you want to have a 2 years working experience. You can create a 2 years working experience for yourself. All you need to do is go and apply, as in just volunteer yourself to an organization that you intend to work in the future. Once you do that, definitely no organization that wants to see you to come as in that will see that you want to really help, that will not open their arms to you. As long as you're willing to do the job, like you said. Like for me in my organization, even those that want to upgrade their skill in photography, I still interview them. For the fact that you're the one that wants to come and learn, or you're volunteering yourself for internship, doesn't mean that I should just bring you in like that. I need to really know why you want to do that internship and why you want the training. And when I see that seriousness in you, then I employ you. I bring you in to learn. Now, if you trained for like 6 months and I see how fast and how skillful you are, I can recommend you to the management for them to start paying you. So you came in actually as an intern or you came in as a volunteer, but in the course of your training, you have become so good at the job, we transfer you from just an intern or volunteer to a paid staff. And that is how these things are done. Now, she was talking about adding skills. You can come in naturally as just working for a particular job, and you can expand. For instance, I once employed a cleaner. She came in as a cleaner in the company, but from cleaning, she started learning how to wrap babies. She started learning baby wraps. So whenever we want to take shoots for babies, she always come around to wrap these babies. And as time went on, we noticed she started getting better on the job. Before you know it, she started handling cameras. She started learning how to handle cameras. So she came in actually as a cleaner. But from cleaning, she learned how to wrap babies. And now she's smart. I'm talking to you, that young lady is in the media team in her church. So she actually covers these things while somebody was saying there's no job, create one. And then if you can go to churches and tell them that you want to bring them to, you can make them visible on social media and help them grow their church through social media. You are already creating a job for yourself. From one thing, you have learned other things, and then it's helping you get paid. So apart from the salary we pay her as cleaner, we also give her whenever she wraps baby. So she gets she's like a contract staff as a baby wrapper, and at the same time, she gets a regular salary every month as a cleaner. So what are we saying? When you find yourself, that's why I said the payment, the salary should not be your major focus while you apply for a job. Your major focus should be learning, growing, building yourself, see as a platform to learn other things, because that organization have other areas that can improve you outside your unit, outside where you're working. So, but when your mind is just fixed on the salary, you also shut your mind to learning other areas. Thank you.
Please, can we applaud them, please? If you've gotten value for this, can I hear you say value? Can I hear you say value? Let me thank all of you for patience this morning, when we started with the first panel section, which centered on the bridging the academic and industrial gap, leveraging on the power of collaboration across, and that panelist section was very explosive. Hope we learned new thing, right? Yes. And I like the engagement from our young students and young professionals there. And that's what we believe. That's what Cadence Today career platform gives every one of us to bridge the gap and empower life. So when you are bridging skills gap, you are refining yourself, you are becoming more innovative, and you're protecting the value you have. Because I tell myself that with whatever value and potentials I have, I must transfer it or transform it into financial gains, right? And that gives me the opportunity to project my value as well. So thanks so much. We are about entering the second final section, which is Port Harcourt Entertainment Workshop. And the team is leveraging on collaboration for Port Harcourt entertainers. Please, we have our mom in the house. Can we give her a applause? My mom is a very busy person, very busy with engagement. Even today, she has to run out from another event. She won't have much time to stay with her again. But at least the 30 minutes, 40 minutes, she's going to speak on this podium. She's going to transform life and destiny because of who she is. And she's going to factor more on the team for the second panel session. So I'm not the MC, but I have someone we call the goddess of radio, Oni Ojukwu, seated here. She's been here since morning. Even when Dave was in charge of the panel session as the moderator, but she has been here since morning. So she'll be moderating this panel section for the entertainment workshop. So please, where's Diva Oni Ojukwu? Can you please come? Can we please appreciate? And I will appreciate some of our key panelists that have been here. Maxine, I've been here since morning. Can we clap for Maxine, the executive commander? And we have another radio goddess just up there, Obi, Ivy. Please, can we appreciate that? So we're expecting Angel to join us in this segment. Over to you. Yeah.
So we can just start. Okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, Ma. It's so good to have you here. We've been waiting for you, honestly. A round of applause for Hilda Dokubo. You don't know her, then I don't know. Like, whatever you're doing. She's an iconic veteran actor, an entrepreneur, a queen, a female that a lot of us look up to. And she just stays young and glowing. How do you do that? God. Okay, so I would like to welcome on stage our amazing panelists. Remember that we are talking on leveraging collaborations for Port Harcourt entertainment, all right? For Port Harcourt entertainers, yes. So we also have a special guest of honor who's supposed to be here, Barrister Azubike Ihemeje. He's the MD and CEO, Portland Hotels and Resorts. But I was thinking that we'll have our keynote presentation. Engineer Wonodi, are we going to follow the program and have the keynote presentation? Yes, before the panel. Keynote first, exactly. That is it, because we need to hear from the queen before we kick off and while we're waiting for Angel of the Lab. So, are you ready, ma'am? Yes. So I want us to clap like we mean it. I want us to show appreciation like we mean it. We are, what? Sorry, sir. That's what I want to do. Oh, trust me, I would do that. Okay, so I want you to clap when I say clap, because we are great men and women, career people. So I'm supposed to give honor to whom honor is due because it's not easy. Is it easy? Not at all. Oh my God, you know. So before I bring on stage the icon herself, let's talk about this. Hilda Dokubo is a celebrated Nigerian actress, producer, and humanitarian, widely recognized for her exceptional contributions to the Nollywood film industry. With career spanning over 3 decades, she has become a household name, captivating audiences with her powerful performances and compelling storytelling. Hilda's journey in the entertainment industry began in the early 1990s, and she quickly rose to prominence through her roles in critically acclaimed films. Her talents and dedication have earned her numerous awards and nominations, solidifying her status as one of Nollywood's most respected and influential figures. Beyond her work in film, Hilda is deeply committed to social causes. She is a passionate advocate for women's rights, education, and social justice, using her platform to effect positive change in society. Her humanitarian efforts have touched countless lives, making her not just a star on screen, but a beacon of hope in her community. As a producer, Hilda has been instrumental in bringing stories that reflect the rich cultural heritage and contemporary issues of Nigeria to the global stage. Her work continues to inspire a new generation of filmmakers and actors, ensuring that her legacy will continue for years to come. Today, Hilda Dokubo remains an icon of grace, resilience, and artistry, beloved by fans and respected by her peers. Her contributions to the arts and unwavering commitment to making the world a better place makes her a true luminary. A round of applause for Hilda Dokubo. Please, it's such an honor. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I was listening to that and I was trying to re-identify who that was. My name is Hilda Dokubo. I'm Executive Director, Center for Creative Arts Education. My business includes to identify people with talents and to transform and translate that talent into marketable skill for wealth creation, peace building, and enduring life. In Pidgin English, the only work when I sabi do not to know people when get talent. When I see the talent, I will work on the talent until somebody will fit buy am.
Yes, so.
So I'm an investor in human capital. Some of you may know me, others may not, and I forgive you your trespasses. Nigerians don't like good people. They like noisemakers. They like people who politic with the lives of young people. And I don't fall in that category, so it's okay. But today I'm here to talk to you about something that we all know. If you believe that you are creative, please indicate. I didn't say if you are a creative person, because we're all creative people. Some of us, there's nobody in this room who does not know the trick of putting a piece of meat in the mouth and making it disappear. So we're all creative. There's nobody here who does not know how to open the mouth and breeze will come out, and they call it words. All of us can talk. That's not what I'm talking about. If you believe that you are a creative, again, I will ask the question, indicate by raising that hand. Okay, so I'm going to say a few things about who the creative is. The creative is that human being with the imaginary capacity to create a world that he is capable to bring into existence in the actual world. Which means that your madness starts in your mind, where you begin to conceive and create and mold images that you want to see happen. And you have the capacity to translate all these pictures that you are creating in your mind's eyes. You translate them and bring these pictures to reality, that in actual world you can live those pictures. Are you still a creative? My hand they don't reduce. It's okay, no problem. That's why they reduce. You go reduce till only one person will remain. Like dreams, when we dream when we are asleep, sometimes we see ourselves we're in one room. We don't know how we get to the riverside, but we're suddenly by a river. And then something happens in the river and we are flying. We're supposed to be swimming or maybe in a boat, right? But right now we're flying. And then we bounce somewhere that we don't know. It is not connected to where we slept. Then we start seeing people that we can identify. But we really can't identify them because the face is different from the leg, or the leg is different from the body. So we start wondering, then we wake up. Some of us wake up pleasantly. Some of us wake up with tears. Some of us wake up afraid. Now, when we translate these pictures to people, some will tell us what we had was a nightmare. Some will tell us it is spiritual, we must kneel down and pray. Some will tell us we must consult an oracle. The truth is, your mind is forming pictures. You don't need anybody, you need you. You need you to piece those pictures together. So in actual reality of our world, when your mind picks those pictures and you see you starting off something and you don't see the journey, but you now see that you are the biggest news ever. Guess what? You know that middle? Nobody ever sees it. Everybody sees the beginning and possibly what looks like the end, but they don't know the journey. I am here to talk to you about the journey. Yes. That part people never share. You know, we all know the story of, she just went to Lagos, now she blow. The blowing machine, not the Lagos. You go blow anywhere you did if you know what you did. The machine, not the Lagos. Some people, they go Lagos many years, they will sit down there year after year, they will grow. Instead of going up, they will be going down. And because they are embarrassed about who they have become, they don't want to come back home because they don't want to come back home to tell you the tales of woe. So let's look at the journey. What is the journey of the creative? The journey of the creative is a journey of collaborations. It is a journey of the scientists, of the technologists, of the artists, of the manager, and of the storyteller. If you don't write down, now your business. So. Now like this, I did take talk, but when I talk finish, they'll say, until that don't come again. Many years after, somebody will stop me and say, you know, you inspired me on this. Please write this down. Don't play. Don't play. Write it down. The scientists, the technologists, the artists, the manager, and the storyteller. So let me start with the scientists. When a creative works, he has to understand the dimensions of what they are building, how those things react and retroact. Let me give you an example. Auntie, come. Come. Yes, come. I'm a teacher, so I'm very practical, more than a novice. Rub your hands. Just rub it. Rub. Touch your face. How does it feel? Isn't that science? Yes. So if you were creating something and there's a human being who's been rubbing things, what does that say to you? That when that person reacts, the person has to react according to the heat that the body emulates. Isn't that true? Yeah. Okay, so science 1, done. Science 2, please sit down. Take a bottle of water and if there's Fanta, please mix them together and separate them. Let me understand your magic. If you can. You can't. Isn't that true? So what it means is that there's certain things that you do that you cannot remove one from the other. Let's go to the artist. The artist paints pictures and mixes colors. Those colors were creations of scientists who mixed up things to create something that you are now using. So I blend a red and a blue and a yellow and I have colors different from the primary colors that I used. But the primary colors are still existing in the colors, true? We're going there. Then we have the managers, the people who know how to manage human beings and manage money and manage environment. People who will come in here and just look at the hall and tell you this hall can sit 100 people. People who tell you that to hold a show here, you need somebody who's managing the back and the front, different from the person who is managing what is happening right here on stage. Then you have the storytellers, the ones who paint the pictures in words, in narrations, in songs, and in dancing. The ones who tell the stories with the colors of clothes that you wear, with the makeup on your hair and on your face. Those storytellers are the ones that most of us don't remember because we don't see them at work. We only see their finished work. A storyteller puts the scarf together. If you ask her, she'll probably tell you what she was thinking. Why we have steps on it, because another storyteller told the same story in plain fabrics. Another storyteller, so ladies and gentlemen, I am here to announce to you that storytelling is not story. Everything that you see is a story. Every presentation that is made is a story told, including how you serve your food is a story. Am I confusing you? Am I sounding like a philosopher? Don't worry, you will understand because there's philosophy in creativity. So now the question is this. I am here. I want to give you a practical example that you can see and understand. I am here speaking. I'm collaborating with a technologist and a scientist and an electrician. Can I show you? I'm collaborating with the person who created this microphone. I'm collaborating with the person who is behind the camera, the one who created the camera. I'm collaborating with the person who is doing the projection. I'm collaborating with the person who has set up the lights. I'm collaborating with the person who dressed me up. I'm collaborating with you, the audience. So a creative work can happen as long as there is a space, there are people, and there is an idea. As long as there is a time that you can do what you intend to do and when you want to do it, a creative process can take place. Therefore, creativity will come to nothing if you are not willing to collaborate. So please, who are the collaborators in this room? I hear a lot of young people. I hear a lot of young people. Sometimes we call them and we say, let's read that story. And I hear, Matilda, I sent it to so place, they stole it. They will keep stealing it. I'm not here to reassure you or assure you that somebody will not steal something. I'm not all of them. They will keep stealing and stealing until they cannot steal. Some will steal and make good the issue. Some will steal and mess it up and give you an opportunity to recreate it. Some will take it and create a little part of it. Some will just take it and deprive the world of it. But do you need to be afraid? You are a creative. Give it out. Let somebody else share in your ideas. One of two things may happen. You might get an investor or you might get a thief. If you get an investor, that idea will come to life. And the fact that you created it does not mean that you have to be the one to do it. Hello? Somebody created a concept where all of us will have to come in and talk, right? Yeah. He's not the one talking, is he? No. But we're here. He's not the one sitting there. He's not the one holding the microphone, and he's not even the one who's going to sit on the panel. But he has created an opportunity. So you can be one of those people who would create an idea that somebody else will have to implement. Like I said, the journey from the beginning of your dream to the end of your dream needs collaboration. And nobody can tell you plain experience. So let me share an experience with you that a few older people in this hall might know. I was appointed as SA to the governor at a point in time. And at that time, we had a long, big gap between the government and the young people. But every day I made myself available as SA to listen to as many young people. And then I realized that what the young people were looking for was an opportunity, a platform to show that they can. And so I created a platform right after that I called Street to Start. All I knew at the time was that I was just going to create a platform where young people will come and showcase. Nothing told me that that journey will take young people to Lagos, that they will be in camp for 3 months, that all the big names at the time were going to come and train them and see them. And so I was going to need to pay them. And that we will get to a point where some people will lose their temper, some people will gain temper. Nobody told us that. Nobody told us that we may need to deal with allergies for people who have allergies and all of that. Nobody told us that there might be issues with transportation, moving people from their village to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to Lagos. But we needed to collaborate with people. Collaboration, not the only money. Young people, please hear me. Collaboration is not just about money. Mentorship is not money. Somebody is your mentor, it's not money. I hear people say, I want to be mentored. I want to be mentored. In truth, what they are looking for are benefactors, not mentors. They're just looking for people that they will come and tell how they have not paid school fees. Truth is, I don't have a problem with that. We will give to as many as we can when it's not there. Because some of us have also come to the conclusion of monthly, this is how much I will spend. Once I finish that, I'm not spending again. If you like, kill all your village people. However, when the case is special, we will attend to it. Mentors are those people who have succeeded in what you want to do and are willing to help you understand their process so that you can excel even their own achievements without going through their pain. Experience, some of them are very painful. The people who invest a lot of money, the business people in this business, and they lose all the money. Let me give you an example. Turn back and you'll see the number of empty seats behind you. Somebody paid for those seats. Those seats are empty. They are losses right now, whether you like it or not, to the person who paid for those seats. Did he know some seats were going to be empty? No. So also prepare for it. Another thing you need to prepare for is no. In the collaboration of a creative, please prepare yourselves for no. N-O. Prepare yourself for no. The number of successful people you know, if you know one successful person, I need you to know that 1,000 persons or more received no for the same position that you found one person successful at. That you got the first time a no does not mean that it will always be no. Try again, try again, try again. Never ever give up. For every fall, mark my words, fall, not fail. For every fall, please convert it into a curve and keep moving. Know that in your journey, the one person who can share with you should be somebody who's been on your journey, not somebody who read a book on your journey. You didn't hear me. In Nigeria, a lot of people don't excel because they're more interested in your paper, not in your experience. You need your experience. You need people who have experience. I understand that a lot of you here are either undergraduates or fresh graduates. I had somebody ask a question about 5 years, and I can tell you how to get 5 years and just be 1 year out of the university. From today, if you haven't been doing it before, if you are in your year 1, during your long vac, go and volunteer with somebody. Anybody. Everybody. Go and volunteer. Go to the office and say, Auntie Hilda, I like what you do. I want to volunteer to be an intern with you. I want to assist you. Or I want to be part of those who type your script, or part of those who organize your clothes, or part of those who, whatever, choose the part you like. Do you understand? Yeah. That person may say, oh, but I don't have need for it. Say, don't worry, sir, I have need for it. Person may not have need. If you go today, go tomorrow, go next tomorrow, you will become useful, especially if you are useful. That's what I want. What happens if most of you sit back at home and think that somebody is going to call you to come and help? It's not true. Nobody will call you. Nobody. A lot of people do not know what they need until you point them to what they need. I could be here saying to myself, I'm a trainer, I don't know I need a typist. And somebody comes and says, Auntie Hilda, I know how to do Excel and Word and this and that. And I say, oh, okay. Then the person comes the first day, sits there throughout, and nothing is happening. I'm there using my one finger to type, and I'm typing a message or doing something. And then another person comes along and says, I want to see. Okay. And somebody else comes along and says, Auntie Hilda, I know how to use Excel. Let me help you do Excel with that, right? Day one, I give you to do Excel. You fix it, you go. Day two, I give you to do something else. And I say, I want to post this thing on Instagram. I don't understand why Instagram is throwing it back. And I say, don't worry, maybe they shadow banned you, or maybe they did that. I say, you know how to do. They say, yes. Person takes it, does that, gives it back. Day two. Day three, I don't see the person. I say, hey, where's Amaka? Hey, I need somebody to do something for me. Amaka is a volunteer, right? And I call Amaka. And I say, Amaka, how do I do that Facebook thing? And she says, what? And I explain, okay, go to this place, do this, do that. Say, in fact, Amaka, don't be giving me instruction. Where are you? Says, I'm at mile 1. Or yeah, use Taxify. Come, I'll pay for the taxi. Come and do it. Amaka has become an extension of you. Do you understand? Do you understand? Now, if you do that from year 1 to final year, isn't that 4 years? When you go to apply and they say 4 years experience or 5 years experience, and you return to the person that you have been volunteering every long vac to and say, can I have a recommendation letter? I'm applying for so and so job. What do you think will happen? Eh? Okay. You get a recommendation letter. In my Kalabari language, they say, okay. Okay, I shall say it in Pidgin English. Now, money that they take fine money. Please forgive me for the truth I'm about to tell you, because a lot of people don't like to hear the truth. But let me tell you the truth. The problem that we have around this part of the world or the country is that a lot of our children have become very entitled. Very entitled. They think that the world owes them, their parents owe them, the society owes them, companies owe them. Forgive my French, nobody owes you shit. You owe yourself your success. You owe yourself building you. You owe yourself the hard work. Nobody owes you. So every time we tell people, come for training, especially my own people, ask you how much they pay us. They pay you to better your life. Never serious, no one better. When I love this, that's how I be as I tell people to do 12. Not anybody fit do me. I told that 50, what you gonna do me? I just go frown face. After that, you call me Mommy Hilda. And I will answer you. Mommy. And I will still love you and hug you. That is me. Mommy. Please, I beg you. Learn to volunteer, learn to collaborate, learn to synergize, learn to identify those to honor. Your growth is most times measured by the quality of the people that you choose to honor and listen to. I'll repeat that. Your success most times is based on the people that you choose to honor and listen to. May not make sense today, but hopefully it will make sense before you become an adult. Finally, I need you to write down the following areas. These are the areas that we classify as the creative space. 1, entertainment. Under entertainment, you would have the actors, the dancers, the singers, sometimes the writers, because we need scripts, the models, the public speakers, the comedians, the MCs, under entertainment. Under aesthetics, you will have the gardeners, costume makers, costume designers, dressmakers, makeup artists, hair designers, soft furnishing people. Under tech, you will have all the IT specialists, social media managers, and content producers. App creators, app managers, site builders, platform creators. Under engineers, you will have sound engineers, light engineers, camera engineers. Etc. Under managers, you will have artist managers, events managers, floor managers, backstage managers, runner managers, business managers, lawyers. I'm sure most of you are wondering, what's in law define for that creative? Is there. The media. They manage your media output. And finally, the hotelers, hospitality platforms, hotels, event places, recreation sites, etc. If you work in any of these spaces, which looks like all of the spaces, you are within the creative space. And for every creative space that you wish to occupy, you engage at least 7 other collaborators. And let me end this by inviting somebody and showing you the 7 different collaborators in one person. Angel the Laugh, please come. So this is Angel the Laugh. And I'm going to call things by their names. And as I call, please, one person come and stand next to it. I want to show you how many people only Angel the Laugh employed today and paid today. Today. Angel the Laugh is wearing clothes, right? Can I have a costumier step forward? Anybody, just come. One human being, just come. Angel the Laugh is wearing hair that is different from his natural hair. So there's a hairstylist. Can I have another person come? Angel the Laugh is wearing a pair of shoes. A shoemaker made those shoes. Can I have one more person come? All of this was put together by somebody we call the stylist. Can the stylist please come? Angel the Laugh had to be here, so somebody brought him here. The person is a taxi driver. Can the driver come?
How many of them?
It's probably Angel the Laugh's bodyguard. So he goes everywhere with a bodyguard, or maybe he goes everywhere with an assistant. Angel the Laugh's activities outside is usually covered by somebody. Please, can a media rep for Angel the Laugh come? So Angel the Laugh has a media rep. People usually talk shit about entertainers. So Angel the Laugh always has his image manager who works with him every time. Can an image manager come forward? Whatever Angel the Lab does is put on Angel the Lab social media platforms. Can a social media manager come? Now, there is one man whose business is to manage Angel the Lab's money. Can his money manager come? I need you to look at these people. Please count the number of people who work. The lab is working. Count them. 11 persons are working only because Angel the Lab is working. Now, if Angel the Lab pays these 11 persons, please note this. This man, from his money, feeds at least 4 persons. Shall I tell you the 4? His mother, his father, his girlfriend. Oh, shut up. His girlfriend, and if he goes to church, his pastor, because he pays tithe and offering. Right? So this man feeds 4 people. So multiply 11 by 4 and multiply that number by another 4. That's the number of people who gets to eat because one man is working. Please, all of now having mathematics, work in mathematics. 176 human beings are going to be working because one man is working. And that's why a lot of times when you come into a theater space or a filmmaking space, you see a lot of people that you don't know who they are, but they are all very busy. They are running around the whole place and you are saying, but the actors on this set are only 5. Why do I have like 200 persons at the same time? There's an event, you see a lot of people who just wear crew. And you say, the people wear crew, plenty of people waste down for the hall. It is because of one person, 11 persons are working. Multiply that 11 by 4. Those are the actual number of people. So imagine that on that platform, we have 10 persons working. Multiply that growth by 11, then multiply it again by 4. So the only industry that beats oil, that beats tech, is the creative industry. And that's why they tell you that the creative industry is the new oil, because it creates jobs without asking for anybody's level of intelligence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, learn to collaborate, because in the creative space, the engine for it is called collaboration. Thank you. It is me. So I wanted for all of you to see that. It will be our honor and pleasure as Director for Center for Creative Arts Education. Please give all your questions because I'm running away. It's political period and I'm Labour Party Chairman, Rivers State. And I am bent on doing the right thing. And so people are bent on pulling me down and I'm bent on pulling them to the side of truth. Yes. So we will keep pulling each other. So I'm going to have to run off to go and attend to certain things. But please, whatever your questions are, maybe I'll quickly take 3. Whatever else, give it to the organizers. They will send it to me and I will respond to them and you will get them in your emails. If I have a mailing list, I'll send you whatever answers you want. They may not be related to this presentation. They may be related to this presentation, but anything you want to know around the creative space and how to grow your ability in the creative space, trust that I am willing to help get you there. because the more we are, the brighter Rivers State will shine. Thank you very much.
Mommy, thank you, but I really wish, but I understand. I really wish they could ask you a question.
I could take three.
Three, just three, okay. That's great. Thank you so much, Mom. So, okay, someone is passing the mic. You can sit down, Mom. Thank you, please.
Greetings, every person.
And please, repeat your question, please.
My question is, in the course of the teaching, you make mention that in this our age and time, young persons feel too entitled. That parents, companies don't owe us anything. Allow we owe ourselves. How do I reframe my mind to understand that I'm going myself and nobody is doing it?
Okay, so that's one. Take the second question. I'll answer them all at the same time.
Good afternoon. For me, there's no need of introducing myself. My question goes this way. Maybe you love to be a contractor. You happen to register a company just for you to be an employer. Then, for instance, you register a company, industrial cleaning. And knowing that you're Nigerian and you're also in Nigeria. So, Nigeria things are based on connection. Who do you know? And now you register this company, walking around, you could not prepare to get a job. No one will really job to you because they doesn't know you. So what do you do in terms of that? And how do you really it up?
Last question.
Definitely. My name is Ukoji Goes Chukuma, final year electronics engineering. So my question is, personally, I am a creative writer and also a marketer, and I'm an engineering student, right? So one of the things that I'm thinking about long term is the creative industry does not give, I don't see a future there that's sustainable for myself and having a family. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because most of the times you're either looking for jobs or the jobs you get are not enough to sustain you, not talk about sustaining family. So how do I tackle that challenge? Because I'm looking at in the next 10 years, do I still want to be in this creative industry or do I want to venture fully into engineering? So that's one of the things that really takes me. I don't know if you can throw more light on it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to start with your own question. You're asking yourself if in the next 10 years, you're ready to be a creative or you should go to your engineering. And I'm going to answer directly. If in the next 10 years, you're not in the creative industry, you'll be jobless. If in the next 10 years, you are not completely in the creative space, you will be jobless. And I'll tell you why. Within the creative space, we have created AI. We have created ChatGPT. We have created creatable and uncreatable. And we're still creative.
Tell them.
You are an engineer. What I expect you to do is do some research and look for a lacuna and fill it. You can create something different. Until I created reality shows, live shows, nobody knew they could do it in Port Harcourt. But today, everybody will say, I have a talent program that I want to do. I want it to sit in the panel. And I'll say, send the synopsis. By the time I read it, I know something will happen there. And I'll point them to the lapses. How do you intend to cover this? How do you intend to do this? Mommy, we are coming. They never come back. Because they did not respond to those questions. You are an engineer, so you have a twin-pronged approach that you can use. Provide an engineering solution that is required in the creative industry. So let me show you a problem. If you know Nigeria, you know we don't play with generator. Abi? We don't play with generator, whether you are band A or band F. The band will band you. Please look for that engineering response to sound
you can help Nigerians deal with sound lapses within the creative industry, where no matter whether I'm facing the speakers or I'm backing the speakers, there won't be any harm. Bros, you have turned to a bigger ball. Answer. 2, in Nigeria, it is who you know. It is not true. It's not in every situation.
Sure.
Sometimes it is in the situation of what you know, but you never give your opportunity to yourself to show what you know. You think that somebody will come and do it for you. Nobody will come and do it for you. You have to keep doing it until it's... See, let Angel the Laugh share his story. Yes. Ask him how many people laughed at him when he started wearing Afro. And ask him how many people are still laughing at him. But the more they have continued to laugh, the bigger he has become. Why? Because he has stayed consistent. Keep doing what you are doing. Hard work is not the answer for growth. It is consistency that is the secret to growth. People don't know. If you keep changing approach, it will not work. And then the final one, which is the most humorous question that I have heard today. How do you tell your mind to stop being entitled? Okay, let me tell you the first thing you do. Tell your mind that nobody can breathe for you, only you can breathe for yourself. Or try holding your breath, and then you look and see whether somebody else is dying. Your mind will tell your body that if you stop breathing, you will die. Nobody owes you. Tell yourself that the only reason you are listening to me is that all the challenges you have today, I had them, but I bravely kept moving. And that's why I have built the success that you are tapping from today. If I stopped and kept thinking that anybody owed me anything, you won't be listening to me today. Rivers State has over 6 million citizens. Why are you listening to me? It's because I have done something without feeling entitled. By the way, I grew up in town, Port Harcourt. I don't have the recipe for the success that I have achieved. I achieved it because I believed in me and I kept pushing. Please keep pushing. Nobody owes you anything. You owe yourself. Tell your mind that if you fail, maybe you're young today. If you fail today, say, Mama no train and well, Papa no train and well. But by the time you get to 35, when you fail, nobody will remember your mama and your papa. You useless idiot. Every time they tell her when it's small, no green. Everybody above 30 knows that. That everybody stops blaming your parents after you graduate. Idiot. That's why mama sell all the rapper they take trainer. You go school now, you go smoke, come back. They will abuse the living daylight out of you. Right now, you can blame everybody, but then nobody you can blame. So tell yourself that the responsibility to stay alive is in your hands. And good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. But there's someone online, we have people watching online on Zoom, so many people. And they got this message. He said that you are indeed impactful with your illustrations, that you communicate indeed. And it's the first time he's heard you speak or deliver a public lecture, and you're great. This is Anekon, all right? He said, where is the place of the creative space in sports as an entertainment activity as well? Yes. Sports is a big creative space that we need to invest in. Young people need to understand that, for the creative, it's your body and your mind working together for your good. Sports builds discipline, so does everything else that is creative. We're hoping and praying and pushing that the government identifies the strength within the creative industry and puts in more investment so that we can help identify more people who have those skills. We will not all be professors, but we are all creatives.
Oh my God. A round of applause for Mommy Hilda Dokubo. Thank you very much, ma'am. Oh gosh. She has to meet up somewhere. So many engagements.
But remember that you can always send your questions to the organizers. Remember that engineer Iwosu is here and you can send the questions. She's definitely going to answer. She always answers all her questions. All right. A round of applause for yourselves as well. Thank you so much for keeping up. Thank you. Okay. So remember that lunch is still available, but it's going to be served to you after the panel session, the number 2 panel session. Are you excited about that? Of course, I haven't eaten since morning. I'm not excited about it too. I can fast. Yes, now, so I'll be as sexy as your girlfriend. I will fast. Okay, so I need to bring on stage our great panelists. Also, thank you so much to all our attendees online. We didn't abandon you. We know that you're there using your data. And thank you so much for keeping it logged. Right here is the biggest summit happening in PACT today, Garden City Career Summit 2024. And it's such an honor that you're watching us and not even eating. Look at us, we even have food to eat, but you're not. So thank you. Now I'm going to bring on stage, please, the tech team. I would like you to help me with the bios of the different, thank you so much. You're so good. All right, so I want to bring on stage, so we have a conversation on the theme for this panel, leveraging collaborations for Port Harcourt entertainers. My name is Honey Ojukwu, the radio lioness, the lioness of New School Radio. I've been doing radio for a while, just 10 years and counting. And I've worked in over 4 radio stations in Nigeria. I started doing radio at the age of 18. And it's really beautiful that I can say that collaboration in Port Harcourt has done me good, all right? I came to Port Harcourt City a bit clueless about some things, about here. Because when I was coming here, I was told a lot of nasty things about here, how entertainment is not working, how people are going to hurt me, so many really nasty things. And I was like, why? Even how, the men don't bring back a Port Harcourt man to this house. Not my dad saying that, but one of my uncles. But I must tell you that it's not been that. I've been grateful ever since then, all right? I've met amazing entertainers like Obi Ivy, she's my friend, and she's a friend of amazing radio people and human beings in Port Harcourt, and she's been so supportive of me, all right? Collaboration has been a theme. I've met young people who are ready to serve and the ones that are not ready to serve, but they are not the topic of today. Today is about people who have done well, right? So people who have not done well should just use their tongue to count their teeth. And if you're here and you've not really invested in yourself or helped people or collaborated, it doesn't mean that you don't have a chance. There's a chance, right? Do you still believe there's a chance? Of course there's a chance. That I made it doesn't mean I can't flop tomorrow, right? So that is why I'm so passionate about this topic. We're not going to waste time. Leveraging collaborations for Port Harcourt entertainers. Let's bring on stage engineer Angel Atta, aka Angel the Lab. He's a Guinness World Record holder, grandmaster in Taekwondo martial arts, and founder of Best Comedy Club in Nigeria, and the biggest in Africa, the Port Harcourt Comedy Club, also first Nigerian comedian as ambassador of the Nigerian Police Force. Never happened before. Round of applause for Angel the Lab. Thank you so much, staff. All right, let me bring on stage the next panelist. Obi Ivy Fake, OAP Super FM 93.3 FM. That's one of the biggest in Port Harcourt right now. She's an on-air personality. You see how she's keeping it demure. On-air personality, broadcast journalist, master of ceremony, teams coach. This is a powerful woman who has made a mark as an MC. In fact, if you're doing a beauty pageant in Port Harcourt or Nigeria and you haven't used her, what are you doing? A round of applause for Obi Ivy Fake. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Obi. You look so beautiful. Oh my God. All right. So we want to finish with beauty. All right, let's get to it. Maxi. Maxi. Can I have Maxi on stage? Yeah, Maxi Kabiesi. All right. Kasim Abidoye, known as Maxi Kabiesi, is an award-winning musician from Africa. Nigeria's born River State Port Harcourt musician, the third son of 7 boys of his father and mother. He comes from the West Yoruba Osun State. I didn't know that, Maxi. He dropped his first single, Choco Milo, in 2008, which was a national hit. If you don't know that song now, that means you're not Gen Z. And collaborated with A-list Nigerian artists like Burna Boy, Timaya, Duncan Mighty, Orisha Femi, Marvelous Benji, Frank the Nero, Ijaham, and Dr. Buzz, and Jibon Hustlers, and more. Maxi Kabiesi is known for his consistency, in dropping his songs back to back. He just got nominated for his recent hit song, Enter, in 2024 as the Song of the Year at Port Harcourt ongoing. Yeah, the one that just happened, Port Harcourt Magazine Awards. Talk of good music. Talk Maxi. A round of applause, please. Oh my God. Are we ready? Remember that you have every right to listen and share your feedback with us. We are ready to answer your questions. I'm going to take like 3 questions. So if you're lucky and we pick yours, I think that's great, right? Today we're talking entertainment in Port Harcourt, leveraging collaborations for Port Harcourt entertainers. Oh my God, where do we start from? From the beginning. So let's do this. Is this good? Should come here?
Yeah.
Someone should come here?
Yeah.
Yes, please, let's move. Let's move. Let's move. We could even do this. Here's great.
Great.
Okay. I don't want this to be empty. Maxi, come here, please. I need somebody. We're collaborating. And just like Mommy Hilda talked on collaboration, you saw the team. Entertainment, they pay. Did they pay, Abby? Is it paying? Is entertainment paying? I want us to start with that. Is it something that I think is paying? Max, you sound like you need so much money. I like that. So let's start. Do we have collaborators in the entertainment space in Port Harcourt City? The mic is available. I'm starting with you, Obi. Okay. Let's talk. I want to hear the sound of your voice.
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you to Engineer Wanadi. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to learn, to share my knowledge, and of course, to speak with these very creative, fine gentlemen who are here with us. Okay, so do we have great collaborators and collaborations in River State in Port Harcourt? I would say yes. I mean, I've been a model, master of ceremonies. I've been involved in very many amazing things, great causes. And I've collaborated with countless people in the city of Port Harcourt. So yes, there are amazing collaborators. There are people who want to collaborate. There are people who, know how to give good collaborations. There are people who understand the dynamics of collaboration. And I've worked with many of them. And so the answer is yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. But we're not here to just talk about the good ones. Have you ever gotten involved in a collaboration that you wish, you don't need to mention names, you wish you didn't get yourself? Let me tell you on my mind. Did I say anything wrong? I said something wrong? I did something wrong. I will send both of you out. All right, so have you gotten involved in any collaboration that you got disappointed in? I'd like us to talk about that. Tell us a story, because people have those stories as well.
Okay, well, yeah, actually, especially when I started modeling initially, right? When I started modeling in Port Harcourt was not a hub for models. It wasn't a thing. It wasn't something that you could even brag about to say that you're a model, not like now where there are people who are benefiting and making a lot of money from it. So back then, we didn't also have a lot of people who were organizing modeling events, right? So it was monopolized by a few people, and some of them wanted to take advantage. And I'll share a story. I auditioned for, one of the shows. I was supposed to work not just as a model, but as a one of the people to help organize the event. And we were promised a lot because back then there were not many sponsors, so we were banking on people attending the event and paying for tickets and all that. But we saw a case where Oga for pressed the money, snake money enter snake and pigs. Say snake and pigs don't exist. So but then again, it was a lesson. So while I could look at it as a bad or a negative collaboration, it taught me a lot. So one of the things that we learned from collaborations is that sometimes we don't state clearly what we are hoping to get from that collaboration. So you don't just collaborate for the sake of collaboration. You must have a clear-cut understanding and in fact, even describe what you aim or you're hoping to get out of that partnership, because collaboration is partnership. So when you don't understand that, you don't even know what you're asking for. So I learned at the time to clearly define what I hope to gain from any collaboration and anything I'm, involving myself in. So yeah, again too, we must also understand that everybody has something to give. Everyone has something to give, but you also need to understand that you cannot collaborate with everybody. There are some people who are just users. Identify them, and so that events, that's scenario helped me to understand that it is not everyone that I must collaborate with simply because they're open to collaborating with me.
Thank you so much. Like that's really beautiful. Now I like us to thank you so much, Obi. That's something I feel a lot of us should learn. Like even if something negative happens, you should learn from it and then use your discernment to know who to use and who to collaborate with and who's coming to use you. Okay, let's get to the other thing. Collaboration, like Angel Delave, you are one really open-minded comedian in Port Harcourt as well. You have connected to a lot of people and you keep growing. Every single day you send a BC. You send a BC, you're telling people what's happening. You're getting other people to be involved. Now, in your own words, I want you to talk to us, especially younger comedians who are coming up, up and coming. What is collaboration? And also, please share a thrilling collaboration that you had, an experience you had that got you to know, you know what, I will keep collaborating with people that my spirit connects to.
This business started from the Garden of Eden, and God needed to do business with man. And Adam was there, Eve was there, and instruction was given. And follow these instructions, and of course, life will be beautiful. But there came the serpent in the book of Genesis, and this whole idea of collaborative partnership between man and God got sour. Let me take you to your university. I did petroleum engineering from the River State University, and then science and technology. In your year one and bit of year two, you have what they call faculty courses, and of course, some other borrowed courses you do for engineering. I remember I did industrial law as an engineer. I remember I did English, use of English. There are other courses you're going to do, not just because you have to do engineering mathematics, applied mechanics, strength of material, thermodynamics, and all of it. Now, why are they teaching you all of this outside your main course of study, which is engineering? By that discipline of understanding, you're able to, if I find myself in the midst of accountant, I should be able to communicate and understand what the accountants are talking about, because a bit or one or two of those courses I learned. When we're sent to the hostel, engineering student will find himself with management students in a room. Management student will find himself with an accountant in a room. We tend to share books. I'll see a book, I pick a book, I read a book, and all of it. So I have idea. Back now, with this knowledge we've gotten from the Garden of Eden, from your school,
Collaboration is big, is key. Attitude. The major thing you can stand on is attitude. If you have a bad attitude, a negative one, it will hinder you having a better collaboration. If you have an appreciating spirit, back to the Bible again, Jesus Christ talked about the leopard. One leopard came back to say thank you out of the 10. A lot of times we suffer because when we get the first collaborative partnership, you had a swing, good event. How do you go back to say thank you? We don't go back to say thank you. Even when we go back to say thank you, our thank you does not go with giving. So there is no thanksgiving. We believe that thanksgiving is only done in the church. For instance, I see 402, yeah. By the end of this event, I expect Engineer Wanode to go back home and maybe buy a big goat and go back to them and say, thank you for being there for us. If Engineer Wanode calls them tomorrow again, the first thing they will remember, now that goat we didn't send us, so, you know, he came back to say thank you.
And they want to do more with you.
Yes. So how do we go back to say thank you? It's a key. Learn to say thank you in little things. Those who attended ACMGS Elele, their motto is fidelis in meaning, giving thanks in little things. Those little things, if you can learn to say thank you for you posting my events on your social, I didn't buy you data. If you post my event on your social, I go back to say, thank you for posting. Tomorrow, you will want to post again. But if I feel I'm a big star and you post, I don't even comment, I maybe even like, I maybe even share. Who are you, Ndaboski? You know, so it's key to say thank you.
It's key to say thank you. Thanksgiving is not just for church or the mosque. It's also in collaboration and with people. There's so much we need to talk about. Thank you so much, Angel Dela. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Our resource persons are amazing. Obi, I will need you to talk to us on the three steps to collaboration in a bit. But I would like to talk to a musician here, Maxi. He represents all the musicians in Nigeria right now, you know, bringing it down to Port Harcourt. How can we spark more teamwork, more collaboration, more creativity amongst creatives in Port Harcourt? What do you think we need to do? Because you're not even a riverine man, but you're not a Port Harcourt boy. You cannot even take it away from you. Do you get? Are you not a Port Harcourt boy? So how do you think we can, because these young people are the ones that will take over and then we'll now be calling ourselves veterans. So how do we make it happen for them and spark more teamwork and collaboration? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onyejuku. I also thank the organizers of this event for the privilege. Actually, this is like my first time in a panel like this. It's always on stage. I believe that it was after this kind of panel that P Square and Don Jazzy went into the studio and said, "Oh yeah, baby, make we collab."
I'm telling you, that's fun.
I swear that. Do you know that apart from collaborating as a musician or human being, even the food, just like akara and bread, that collab, you know,
very nice.
If you know you can just make some money. No, that food is always scatter. No one that now say, you they sweet me like bread and makara. Oh, okay, that was my inspiration.
Yeah.
So I will start by my story will like I think spark up more light on what we are discussing about, and also I think encourage everyone here. Some people might be saying in their mind, they are saying collab. When I don't get one naira, I want you to go collaborate.
It's money.
Or when I don't even have a company, how will I even start? You get, some people will just be thinking, okay, I need to be at this peak before I can be able to collaborate? Okay, my story is, I started from a place where they call Dube in Port Harcourt, where they thought nothing good can come out from like Dube. And when you talk about Dube, that place, then the boss opportunities, that. But that's where I came out from, just like Jesus Christ
From Nazareth.
from Nazareth. So, where these people they call studio rap, no money, no support. In fact, my dad didn't even want me to sing. My mom was selling mama boots, a food seller in Dio. But every morning, I will wake up before her, help her to set this firewood, set all the food stuff. Why? Because I want her to give me 50 naira so I can be able to go to the studio. Because without that 50 naira, from where I live to the studio is very far. Not that I even have money to pay for studio section. So they did not ask me, so what are you doing in the studio? I'll make sure that I will always be at the studio so maybe the producer can notice me. Or maybe when they are producing for people that have money to afford their music, I will just be freestyling at the side. So they might just reason me that, these guys are singing, more cool reasoning matter, help them out. So that's what I've been doing, always and always and always, until they now open a studio at my area at Dio. Then I'm talking about 2007, 2006. So when they opened the studio at my area, I noticed they opened the studio at my area, and I went there to say, bros, I beg, I'm a musician, help me now, make I just sing, I'm good. Now, don't forget that I do not have money. I don't have money to afford studio fee. So now, because they spent money in opening their studio, their establishment, they would not want to also do it free. Then I said, okay, what we'll do for you is, you don't have money, right? I go and look for fuel. Now I'm collaborating with my fuel on the common side. So they said, I should go and look for fuel. Funny enough, I don't even have money to buy fuel at that time because I'm just a street boy that just believes that he can sing and have a dream. Now, in that process, I have to run out and beg one uncle, two people like that. One gave me 200 naira, another person gave me 200 naira. So I have to buy 400 naira for those days, 400, huge.
More than that, you see? No.
Not like now that I bought my coming here, I bought just 1K a liter. Then for 400 naira, I bought that for. So when I got to the studio, the producer now started producing, and I sang the song. Girl, I won't make you no sing. Now you be my Choco Milo. Ezioku, 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 Ezioku. Come, that was the song. When I did that song, everybody around the area, the song is not yet published, but everybody around the area, even the compound that the studio is, they started singing the song. Do you know what that did for me? The people that have the studio now came to me and said, guy, we're not gonna allow you go with this song like that. We'll get 400,000. I bet Moko work together, Moko push you. So that was the peak of my career. Collaboration have started. Wow. So when they did that song, they have to, with that 400K, they now have to distribute different DJs, everything. Then it was Alaba market. There was no internet. No internet. You have to go to Alaba market for you to be heard.
OG before IG.
That was the process. So do you know that song I did that I bought with 400 naira fuel was the song that made me maxi till today, that gave me the name, and that song has changed my life. It was from that place my career picked up. Even when they have to publicize the song, then do you know what? We didn't understand that it's a showbiz. The joy then was about my song, The Rain. About my song, The Tia, they come for Abuja, about my song, they everywhere. The show business was not there. Never knew that this song will make you millionaire. This song supposed to change your life. Suppose they ball, just like the way we see the video, Whiskey and all of them. Then was just the joy of fame. Oh boy, are they popular? Are they everywhere? Now, those people, they are also novice in the system. They sold the album to an Alaba marketer that took them off the right of that song. But I did not stop there. I keep moving. Somebody say, keep moving.
Keep moving.
I did not stop there, I keep moving. It was in that process I now realized that I have to just wake myself up and carry myself up, not giving up on this record level because but that project failed based on after we didn't get money there, but it doesn't mean that same movement did not help me in life. So when you are collaborating, sometimes it will work, sometimes it will not work. But just get into in your mind that this is also part of the process. In part of the process in taking you to where you are going to. So that I continued, I did Dolomi, I did Shemi. I also did, that was a period that Burna Boy came into town. Then Burna Boy, nobody knew Burna Boy in Port Harcourt. Many people even looked at him down. I remember Boss, my show at Barracuda. Burna Boy was being bounced at the gates there. I have to run. This guy is good. You don't know him. He's Burna Boy. But what's up today? Burna Boy is the biggest entertainer in the world right now. A Grammy Award winner. So you don't look down on people in the process of your journey as an entertainer. Do you know that song I did with Burna Boy during the time of pandemic when things were very scarce and everything? That was the song that was giving me good royalties online.
Okay.
When money not there everywhere during the coronavirus period. Because Burna Boy was at its peak, as they are going to listen to Burna Boy's song, they are singing the song also I did with Burna Boy. And I'm making money online. So collaboration is very important in the industry. You see what the light of Nas Boy is doing right now. Nas Boy dropped a song, Sabinus wear skirt. What they call it? I saw Bridge just that giving people money on the street. That if you can sing, what is the name of it? Such, if you can sing short skirts, I'll give you money. He wasn't the owner of the song. Was he supporting?
Oh, they do that a lot.
That is collaboration. I've also worked with Beat FM. Do you know that Beat FM, they have an event. I have to come and perform for them. What did I get in return? They were playing my song for free, back to back. Hearing, when they say, oh, but this guy, they don't give these people 5 million. I mean, I ain't get this company. But that's the essence of collaboration. So for us to collaborate with each other, we must understand that as an individual, you cannot do it alone. It's just like broom. A single broom cannot sweep this place. But the moment you gather the broom together, you sweep this place very, very well and it will be sparkling clean. So you need everybody in the industry. Like myself, I have a DJ. If I'm going for an event, I have dancers, I have a manager, I have a costumier. So this is collaboration. You can't do it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxi. Let's give the mic to Obi. This is impactful and inspiring. Like you mentioned now, so that means at the end of the day, you need to open yourself up, open your mind, and also other people need to be able to invest money. So that's where we're going to talk about that in a bit, investing money, investing time, investing energy. Because while this person that doesn't even have money to buy fuel can still go out and look for money to buy fuel, you should also be able to help them, all right, and make the move. All right, Obi, please talk to us. We'll be waiting for you. Tell us about those steps that people need to take before they start to collaborate with somebody or some people so they don't make mistakes.
Absolutely. All right, so first thing is, as an individual, if you have something that you want to do, and obviously we know that if you don't collaborate, I mean, I don't know anybody who ever succeeded at doing anything that did not collaborate with someone. Like, it's impossible for you to go far. I mean, there's a saying that alone you can go fast, but together with the right collaboration, you will go far. So the first thing you want to do is to identify the people who have what it is you lack.
Yeah.
All right. So you have something, but you don't have everything. There are people who have the things that you need. Find those people. There are many people that have the things that you need, but identify the ones that. So, you know, the trick about collaboration is sometimes people want to collaborate with people with an uneven or unequal level. So, for instance, you are you are trying to, how do I put it now? So you want to collaborate with someone for a post, for instance.
Okay.
And the simple thing, like an Instagram post, you have like 2,000 followers, and you want to collaborate with someone who has maybe 100 and something followers, right? Obviously, you are the one who needs their following. You want their traction. You are trying to piggyback on their own audience that is way more than yours. Now, it may be hard for those people to collaborate with you, except you know them personally.
Yes.
If you don't know them personally, or they were not the ones who initiated that collaboration post,
it's not going to work.
It's not going to work. So it's easier for you to find someone who's following, and I'm using the most basic now, whose following is somewhere around where yours is. So maybe the person has 3,000 to 4,000 and you have 2,000 plus. That is a good collaboration. So there's shared audience base. Now bring it to your project that you want to do. You want to collaborate with someone who, if you look at it, the person really doesn't have anything to gain from that collaboration with you. You may struggle. So look for someone who is also hustling to make progress. Because guess what? That person will put in as much work as you are putting in. Do you understand? Because the person who doesn't have anything to gain from you will relax. You will do all the work. After all, they have the fame. They have the money. So look for someone who is on your level, who is also as driven as you are. That's one thing you must do in collaboration. Now, another thing you must do in collaboration is, and I think of it as one of the major problems of collaboration is, everybody wants to be the face behind the project. You want to be the number one. You want to be the point one, but sometimes you have to move back and allow somebody else be the face.
Yeah, because in that person being the face, you also be the face.
And you know, you see, being number one is not easy. Because if the project fails, it is the number one that the blame will go to.
Exactly.
You understand? Nobody is talking about the number two because number one is the face. So in collaboration, you must be willing to step aside, let go of your pride. I remember when we were in university, in USD back in the day, how you know that a point one is writing exam? You will see the boys then that are outside. They are all on like men mounts. Men mounts. That's how you know that point one is in that hall writing exams. But they know that if anything happens to point one, for a moment, everywhere will scatter.
Exactly.
Before they put themselves together. So being point one is not always glamorous. So be willing to take a step back and allow somebody else to do it. Another thing to collaborate, another step is to let go of your greed. Because sometimes collaboration will not yield money. Collaboration will show people that you have capacity. Collaboration will show people that you are there and you are an option for when the project will begin to pay.
Yes.
So this first project may not pay,
yes,
but you have shown people that you have what it takes, that you are an option, that you have capacity, so that when the one that will pay comes, you will be on their minds. There are many steps to collaboration, but I hope this helps you.
You are awesome. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Oh my God, we're going to wrap up soon. I remember when I showed up in PACC, some people were like, oh, then I would do red carpet for as low as maybe 50K, 20K, you know. And some people would be like, come in and say, you know, you're so cheap, right? You're so affordable. That was my first year here. And I was like, I'm actually collaborating and they're not really paying me. They're just giving me money to buy my makeup. And they're like, well, why? Why did they do like that? Like, I need to connect to these people. I need to know more people. Sometimes I even tell someone, don't worry, I will not take anything from you. I want to connect to you. And right now, even the people that did that, we know that they cannot come to me and give me that. Because they know I served. I paid my dues. Yeah. But you know, that's why I want to get to the next question. I started working at 18, and I know Obi also went through this, you know. As an OAP, I lost my job a number of times. All right. I wasn't even paid sometimes the student fee they're supposed to pay me because it was in the radio station in school. And I was always carrying bags for people, you know. Some people I will carry bags for them, they'll be like, please, they will not even talk to me, like, come get out of here. Small girl. I sure not supposed to be a model. Or every time I'm taking a picture, I sure I'm supposed to be a radio presenter. but I didn't stop, you know? And these days I see a lot of young people who are trying, but service is another thing I think collaboration is also part of. Why is it that a lot of young people, like you employ someone as young, 1 month the person's already telling you, I want to leave my mental health and my head is spinning. Why is it a lot of young people are withdrawing from collaboration and service? Yes, big boss, let's talk about that.
In this
And what should
area,
they do?
in this area, our major problem is syphilis. That's a major problem that we have, syphilis. Even when you check, what do they call them, mechanic. Before, mechanic fit serve the oga for 10 years. He go learn the work well. Today, mechanic fit serve for 1 year. He don't be oga. So you not learn finish. And we're in a period where if we go back to the Igbos, we will learn something. Where we are in our economical strength in Nigeria now is we're going back to the entrepreneurial spirit of belief of connectivities of the Igbos. Where you serve about 7 years, oga go concept to you, not be so. Nobody won't be patient to serve a particular person for a period of time. Now, how far, how it will be, waiting day. Me, I get bills to pay, I got pay bills. So a lot of young people do not know that there is no job. And the government cannot create that industry for you. And they will never create the industry for you. Because they need you during protests. They need you during campaign. You need to be available.
Yes.
Yes, you need to be jobless. When you're jobless, we'll have campaign promise.
Yeah, you can allow a bag of rice to be the thing.
Yes, we can give you tomato, find you 5K. But if you're working, you're busy somewhere, how do we drag your attention? So you must continue to be what? Jobless. So these young people should also understand that CGPA, yes, is what you pursue in school. The CGPA, by the end of the day, you bring out the certificate. No work to use and work. So the day you wake up from this, that we're in round pegs in square hole, then you realize that your gifts within your palms, your skill, the way you give your attention to 4-unit course, 5-unit course, give that same energy to service. Serve someone without looking at the time. If you can serve and become a master of servant, the day you're walking out, you'll receive his blessings. And when you receive his blessings, you receive his connectivity, you receive his relationship. I'll give you a story about AY. AY worked with Alibaba. He served Alibaba and built a good relationship serving Alibaba. And there is no time up to today he needs anything that within the reach of Alibaba he does not get. Because he did not just serve and make quarrel and fight with his boss. There are people who enjoy the serve for a period of time and friends will come to them and say, this man, they use you. You're supposed to, then at that point in time, you begin to think the other way, you fall out with your boss. Yeah. The story of Happy Boys. The story of Happy Boys.
Can we hear it?
Everybody knows the story. How they were sacked walking in a eatery, yeah, dancing. And Nigerians, as funny as we are, we can always help situations like that. You know, they say, why you go sack this boys? Oh, Nigerians came to their rescue. That the OPM saw the need to step in to help. What did he do? Send them overseas for scholarship. And they fell out with OPM. You could see the abusive language and everything they use on OPM. Today, where is Happy Boys? Nobody want to help happy boys. You understand? So that is one thing about service. When you serve someone and you fall out with those persons who have given you a soft landing in life, remember that the world is watching you. You will also get your pound of flesh.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. An elder has spoken. Obi wants to add something to it.
Yeah, just to add to, because it was a very important question that you raised as to why young people don't like to serve. There are many factors, there are many things, but you see, a lot of people in this time and age, we find that a lot of young people are in a hurry to make it. They're in a hurry to make it. And I don't know where that pressure is coming from. Maybe you would say social media.
I think so.
Maybe social media. But you see, the people who are wise know that social media is the most deceptive place ever. Let me give you a typical example. Honey, when you take a picture with your phone, all of you who are here, when you take a picture with your phone, is it the first picture you take that you post online?
How?
You edit sometimes you delete, you choose based on the angle. You want to always put your best foot forward on social media. But does it mean that that's how you are all the time? Absolutely not. We see a lot of people posting on social media in private jets. And I found that many of those private jets are sets that were designed. Some studios are designed like private jets.
Oh my God.
So wise people understand that social media is very deceptive. People only show you what they want you to see. Now that's by the way, but you see, young people are in a hurry to make it. They are pressured by social media. Some of them are pressured by their families, unfortunately. Some parents are the problems of their children and not the other way around as it was in our time, But you see, the way that some people are raised also, young people do not put themselves through, for instance, a child that is grown, that is raised, and no one tells them no. Everything they want, they get it. And their parents forget that in life, there are times when life itself will tell you no.
A lot of times.
Life will not give you as and when you want it. So life will toss you in all kinds of ways. But you see, the way when you're raised in a way that lets you know that sometimes things don't go the way you want it, you will have the strength of character. And that's what many young people lack. They don't have the strength of character. They're in a hurry to become their own bosses. They lack, that tenacity and staying power. Honey, you were talking about starting work at 18. I started working when I was 17. I saw myself through the university. It wasn't because my parents could not, but because I got to the point where I could see myself.
Yes, that's it.
And I worked as a backup singer.
That's it.
Doing all-night recording sessions in studios in Port Harcourt, the likes of Rose Rock Studio, Comboye Sinclair. I worked with them. I worked with them in their studio. So a lot of them are shocked that I'm not even pursuing a musical career. But the truth is, I worked hard, all-night sessions. So you're going to the studio by 9 at the age of 18. Thankfully, I had parents who somehow my parents were just forward thinkers. They were not like people in their own time and age. So they supported me. But you see, I worked and I had, even as a model, even as someone who was going to beauty pageants, I had times when I would audition and they would kick me out.
Yeah.
Those things built me. When you go for like 10 auditions and out of 10, you're only taking 3 times. The 7 times you build resilience. You build perseverance. So a lot of young people are not allowing themselves to be shaped by life. They're trying to manipulate everything, and it is not turning out well for them, unfortunately. But again, serving pays because you learn the tricks. And as Angel the Lab said, Oga will give you his connects.
Yes.
He will point you in the direction where you should go. He will exchange numbers with you, which you will miss out if you don't serve.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Maxi wants to say that then when we get back home, after Maxi, we'll talk more.
I just want to throw some more light.
Speak up.
I just want to throw more light on what they have just said contributes. Please, okay, I always use my story for an example. When I started, do you remember this? When you said you were working with them, Rolly, and they said, you remember this gospel singer then, Winnie, that sang, then I will rejoice. Correct. You know that, you know that those days, I was a dancer to Winnie. When Winnie, after he has finished singing, after backing up, I'm the one that used to finish work. I will not come and be breaking like Michael Jackson, be breaking. Okay. Now, nothing is coming out from that distance. I want to tell you that you need sacrifice to get to wherever you want to get.
Even in collaboration.
Even in collaboration. After the dancing, they will just come and drop me in my house. Not even almost 20 naira, because 20 naira was big then. Almost 20 naira, may use buy soup or anything. But when they called again for the next time, almost I don't wear clothes rush road. What I was passion driven. The joy that I was having in dancing that thing is more than money. So you might not, the money might not be coming. You don't have to put money in front when you to serve. Because the moment you put that in front, it stops you from achieving things that you're supposed to achieve. Please, I want to ask a question, the audience. Have you seen any, there's a saying that a tree must seed time and harvest time, right?
Yes.
Have you seen, please, is there anyone that have seen a fruit, a mango tree that did not start from ground, it just bear fruit from up and go down?
No.
It's never done. You must serve. You must serve. You must grow before you become a tree. Then you become a fruit, bear fruit that everybody admires and wants whenever they sees it. So that service up to even the leader that you want to become, the leader is also a servant.
Yeah, so yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Magdi. So I know you have questions now. So I need someone to help with passing the mic. Do you have enough mic there? So if you have any questions, please raise up your hand so that the mic will be brought to you and you ask. Okay, 3 questions. All right, 3 questions. Do we have somebody? Do we have people? No question. No question. Oh, they are eating. No question. Oh, that means you understand everything we're saying. Or you're just agreeing, you're oh yes, young people. That's very heartbreaking because if you go to Southwest, you see young people asking questions. And you're laughing, okay. Go on, I'll ask you questions.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to insightful discussion. So I was paying attention while you were talking, and one of the speakers made mention of quoting a popular statement, together we go, alone we go fast, then together we go far. Yeah, that's true, because you can't really do it all by yourself. But there is also a common trend in our industry where you see people that are really going far, frequently they change their circle. They change who they collaborate with. They like I can cite very strong instances. Starboy, Wizzy, started off with SARS, moved to Sancler. Every now and then he's having new producers, and you see the previous ones, they come online, start trying, then they have fallouts, and you see he keeps changing the circle, isolating himself, and he's still going bigger. So I think that's an exception.
So the changing collaborators, that's what, like the people he's collaborating with.
Okay, I want you to explain what are the principles that will guide your choices, how you change collaboration, stuff like that.
All right. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just going to say a few things, but I think that Maxi can totally relate to what he's saying as a musician. But if I understand your question correctly, I think I think it's important because for instance, 10 years ago, the things you used to enjoy doing, the way you were 10 years ago is not how you are now. You have changed. You are seeking for growth and you have grown. And as you keep growing, sometimes you find that your circle that you started with, some of them are no longer as driven as they were. So you outgrow your environment sometimes and you need to move. Okay, and I think that's what a lot of these people are doing. Plus, they're also re-strategizing and going with the trends. And in going with the trends, you find that the people that you were with probably don't understand it. They're not seeing the bigger picture like you are. So if you meet someone else who is headed in the same direction as you, you pitch a ride with the person. So they're always re-strategizing. They're changing because change is the only permanent thing. But it's easy for us to look at it from the angle of the person who is outgrowing other people. The ones being left behind, the ones that are coming on social media and crying about how, they're not finding it funny. But I think that it's a lesson for all of us. Don't get too comfortable with your crew. Sometimes the crew that you started with no longer becomes useful to you. So you as a person also equip yourself in such a way that if you're collaborating with someone and they're growing, you still have something to offer them as they grow. So keep equipping yourself, improve, grow with the trend. Nobody is going to force you to grow. You can force a horse to the river. You won't force it to drink water. So
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Based on that same question, you see, there's a saying that the sun and the night and day has a turn by turn. When the day comes, by the time the night is coming, the fading of the day will come. And everybody have their roles to play in individuals' life, especially in the entertainment industry. Your question, why people keep leaving their circle when they need to like okay, why is it that people keep leaving their circle? Okay, I will tell you this thing. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work. I will use for example, Plantation Boys. While we're growing up, we have Two-Face, we have Blackface, we have Face Alone. Kenny's music have to make Two-Face leave the Plantation Boys for him to grow beyond that a second. And another instance, in the process of growing, you will hurt a lot of people. Some people are like, our guy, you now we don't make an fun for us. Day for us again. I think the Two-Face was still in that Plantation Boys circle, it would have not been Two-Face. Beyonce, Destiny Child, other examples. So Two-Face have to break out to move to the next level. And then let me talk about the process that it can also backfire. It might also work against you. There are some people that you collaborate with them that they are just your beans and onions. You know that beans always go well with onions. The moment you slice onions inside beans, if you're a beans lover here, you understand what I'm talking about. So the moment you leave that place or that team that understands you very well, you just see that things start working against you. The band that does Jazzy, for example. Make I tell them the band was the beans. Don Jazzy was the onions. Don Jazzy understand how to drop the sauce on top of the band's vocal for the band vocal to fly. And you now see the band everywhere. So you have to understand sometimes prayer, you need prayer to design if should I move or should I stay. Because there sometimes you leave your place of glory and you lost it all. And then sometimes you just leave that place and you see that everything starts working out for you. For example, Olamide is a record label, but Olamide still have to give Asake to Empire Music, to collaborate with Empire Music for the international recognition for Asake to move forward. So that's what is happening. People leave their circle to grow bigger, and also that can also backfire sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But it doesn't change the fact that collaboration is important, because even when they leave, they still have people that are still collaborating with them. So you see, we're getting there. You have a question? Okay. Oh, questions are coming in now. But we'll still take just two. All right? Please. Yes.
Can you go down there?
She's gonna ask a question. I really don't have a question. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm so happy to have this great like minds here. Okay, very quick one. My name is Offload Raj. And yes, I sell clothing and accessories and I got minister as well. First of all, I just want to relate to what he said before I ask my question. I'm not a so emotional person. There's this saying that they don't say you David marry yourself, but perhaps not only sex they give up. That is to say you did not contribute to his life. I've been privileged to know some persons and to also work with some persons. And what I've observed is that most persons can be with you, but they're not making any impact with you. For an instance, you can be working with the record label who may be helping you to produce your songs, but they may not be giving you the quality they give out to people because you're not making some certain payments, and they're depriving you of those benefits. So if for any reason you grow, like they say, you may really not want to come back to those persons. I feel like every human has emotions, and you will very see people who betray you completely if you make impact in their lives. And one thing I say to my friends is that if you know you're my friend, you should be growing, because when I'm running, I want to see you behind me. I don't want to stress myself. So you won't have to drag me back. I say that some of my friends are here. If I'm making this move, you need to make that same move with me. So I don't have to strain my eyes to see you behind. Because as I am growing, I also want people around me to grow. Yeah. So as a person in all you do, make sure you are aiming for growth. Yes. Make sure you're aiming for increase, because you will not below my standard. That's why the rich are very careful. Then their sons want to marry from poor home, because most times you don't have the capacity to maintain that wealth. And you don't know what it costs them to build their wealth up to that level. So if you're in the same level with them, there'll be easy collaboration and understanding. Now, my question.
Nigerian babe, don't talk. All right. All right, go on.
Okay, my question is, I've seen situations where people really serve people, and then when opportunities show themselves, they end up not using them. Not because they are not good enough. And these persons most times are feeding to the discouraged rather. Yes. I don't know what you would advise this person to do in this scenario, because it's a current situation happening to someone. And most times after service, they end up bringing in their cousin, their relation. They will not remember that, there's a videographer in their family. When foreigners are about coming into Nigeria and to Port Harcourt for this program, they end up bringing this person. Meanwhile, you've been there, building with this person. Most times you also shut down some relationship just to stay loyal to this person. And then when opportunities show themselves, they are not using you. Is it that you're not good enough, or is it that it's time for you to move out from that particular person and serve someone else? Or you should just be there staying God when being hopeful for something good.
Okay, let me step on that.
While we wrap up here.
Yeah, if you've ever been betrayed in life, if you've ever been betrayed, you will be scared. The idea is this: you don't want what happened before to happen again. There are people, they can serve you, their loyalty is 100%, but they can betray you. So sometimes some persons are looking for people who they feel they are family to give that same opportunity. There are also people you can serve, but they are highly tribalistic. Highly tribalistic. Rather than open up knowledge to you, they would rather look for somebody from their tribe, maybe Ikwere. The fear of, I just say maybe Ikwere. The fear of, I don't want this to go out to another tribe. But the good thing about it is that do not hold back. One of the biggest gain you will ever get, go with the knowledge. No one can take that away from you. If it does not help you to get to the next level, help will come somewhere.
Thank you very much. So very quickly, let me say something, right? We must understand why we are serving the people we are serving. And you also need to understand the people that you are serving, how they are, okay? So if you're serving, like you mentioned, some people who are tribalistic, they will never allow certain knowledge to go away from their immediate family or from their tribe. They have that mindset that let my people prosper. It doesn't matter who I invest in, but when it comes to the key issues, it must stay within the family. For instance, Coca-Cola. The recipe for Coca-Cola only stays with 2 people per lifetime. Only, so if you like, be the most hardworking Coca-Cola staff and you grow to the point of COO, You see, the recipe for Coca-Cola, you will never have it if you're not a family member. So when you're working for such a company, remove it from your minds that you will one day have the recipe. Do you understand? So take the lessons, because there are lessons embedded in every phase of our lives, in every situation, anything that happens to us, there are things to learn. So as I said, understand the person you are serving and understand why you are serving who you're serving.
Thank you very much. You've said it all. So the final question, because we're wrapping up and we'll now take a, okay. Well, I hope you're taking notes. So, hope you're taking notes. These are lifetime lessons, because you people will not be young forever.
Just stand there, just stand there. Face me, pa.
Okay.
Okay.
Good day, everyone. Ibe Joshua, I'm a 100 level student, petroleum engineering, Rivers State University. So my question is for Mr. Angel Bilaf. Okay, so with all your experience as a graduate of petroleum engineering and having been a comedian for a long time, so I have two questions. And the first one is, how do you think your engineering background influences your approach to comedy writing and performance? Then the second question is, can you share any experience where your technical or engineering skills helped you to solve a creative problem in your comedy career?
You
are awesome.
This one, a 5-unit puzzle. Okay,
Thank you very much.
there was this event some years back that was done in LNG Bonnie. They needed an MC, a comedian, but somebody who have knowledge in the oil and gas upstream and the downstream sector. So this was an added advantage for me. There were other big names, but when they look at our academic background, I'm like, oh, this one studied engineering. You know, I did not just study engineering, but I did engineering very well, and I graduated top of my class. You know, so I was talking as a professional and also discharging humor at the best of it. Now, in every sector, there are humors you can find in every profession. There are humors. If you meet the bankers, there are certain terms, the terminologies of bankers or the banking sector, you can actually create humor out of it. And for me as a petroleum engineer, there is what we call the drilling bits. He's still in year 1, so it will take him to year 3 before he begins to get those information. So I have been able to look at life as the well, the crude oil, at the subsurface, the ability of the geophysics and those in geology, detecting where this crude is located. That's the job, okay? Now, that is how I define where wealth could be grabbed, even as a creative. So I apply my petroleum engineering skills, knowledge on how to see opportunity like the crude oil, how I can drill this black gold, how I can process it like the refinery and put it out for sale and make money. Engineering has helped me so much.
It has. A round of applause. You have told us it all. Thank you. All right, so that's it. Thank you so much, my amazing panelists. I would like you to tell us your social media handles, because I'm sure there's still young people of interest in it. Your social media handles, and that's it. We'll take it like that, and then we have our group photographs, and that's it.
Okay, for me, you can check PH Comedy Club on all social, PH Comedy Club. You can also check Angel the Laugh Comedian. The Laugh is LAFF. D is just the letter D. You can check that on all socials.
Thank you, sir.
I'm available on social media as well at OBYV, OBYIVY. So Facebook and Instagram. Thread, I don't know whether people are still on Thread.
Yeah, we are.
And on Twitter, X, it's OBIV_.
Yes, thank you so much. We'll follow. I'm already following.
Thank you.
Maxi, let's go.
Maxi KBC on all platforms.
That's it.
Maxi
Maxi
Kavi,
Kavi.
Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Maxi Kavi. Say thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you so much. And everybody, mine is Honey Ojukwu. We jump down with our heels. Honey Ojukwu. Honey, exactly. But now it's time for us to have our amazing convener, the one and only engineer. Okay, want to take pictures? Want to take pictures here? Now I want you to come and tell us that. Engineer.
One note.
Exactly. Engineer Wanodi Iwosu. He's going to show up. Angel.
Angel is outside.
Angel is outside. No, we could just start with it because it's making a call. Let's start with it then.
It's
You want
coming,
me to-
going back. You have to snap.
Yes, they come.
Okay, please, thank everybody that have stayed this long. We have a bronze sponsor. Well, please, Chairman, can you come for the sponsor event, please? After the sponsor remark, when Angel comes back, we take the group photograph. Then, Nicholas will come for the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. It has been so great to be here with you from the beginning till this point. We are from Well Services Training Academy. And like the theme of the morning section says, we are bridging the gap between the academic field and the oil and gas industry. And that's what Well Services Training Academy is set to do. We are bridging that gap. And then we have an academy here in Port Harcourt that is set out to do just that. We have all the facilities to make sure that we carry out theory and practical-based training on the courses available there, on basic surface well testing, intermediate, production operators course, and so on. And we'll be starting a batch of training on Monday, the 2nd of September. Thank you so much once again for giving us the opportunity. In fact, just reach out to us to get more information. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
Can we come for our sponsors, please? You know, today's event has taught me some new strategies. Learning never stops. So I just pray that the students here and the young professionals will utilize all that have been said here and action it. You can network as much as possible with people and the panelists. I said that from the onset when we started. Don't come to a place where you are here to drink their fountain of knowledge and you live the same, because you are here to network and to meet people, ask the right questions, and after today, stay in touch and stay alive in their mind. That's one of my strategies that have made me move from where I am, and I'm still growing. You know that, right? So let's go for the picture, please.
He's not yet here.
Yeah, they just take it.
Okay. Okay.
Because this chair will go our time is our.
So let's say direction. Is that what you think? Thanks. Yes,
Ali George, come to you. Come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Come. Let's decentralize. Okay, that's fine.
Actually, we are not in it. Okay, the planning committee, please. So, the planning committee, stand up now. What is it?
You're eating. You like food.
Planning committee. Many games.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Thank you. So everybody can just go, right?
Guys, come through now. Better eat.
Yes, please.
Outside.
You can do that outside. You already have a few.
Yeah.
So let's just take some short. Wait, vote of thanks, sorry. Please. Just one. Nicholas, please, vote of thanks. Nicholas. Let's settle down to hello, nice to meet
All right. I think I'm in order if I say good evening, everyone. It's been a long and interesting day. So I want to start the vote of thanks by saying thank you to everyone that has made that time to grace this event. This event will be a success. And to our esteemed speakers who have shared their invaluable knowledge, to the participants who have engaged in planning, today's summit has been a testament to the power of collaboration and the spirit of learning. We hope that the insights that you give today will help you bridge the gaps between the academia and the industry. A special thank you to my own organizing committee members. We see what you do, you put in time, resources, energy to make today a success. God bless you. And as we move forward, let's carry the message of today out there. Collaboration in all walks of life. Collaboration people, and as the popular saying today goes, so that we want to do fast, to go alone, but want to go far, we go together. Once again, thank you for being a part of 2024 Garden City Career Summit. I look forward to seeing our future events, also the 2025 edition. Thank you very much. And God bless.
Não,